part of the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. For thousands of years, indigenous people inhabited and cared for this land and continue to do so today. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Anishinaabe, Huron-Wendat, or the Sonomini, and Ojibwe/Chippewa peoples, the land that is home to the Métis, and most recently, the territory of Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, who are direct descendants of the Mississaugas of the Credit. We're grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants. So, my name is Rinke Oladimeji, and I'm privileged to be hosting this event on behalf of RBC and the NIPCA Nigerian IT professionals. And I'm also glad to let you know that I'm an IT professional myself, working in the capacity of IT business analyst. So I can say I qualify to host this event. Hosting with me here today is Taiwo.
Good afternoon again. Good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Taiwo Julius. I'm not an IT professional. I'm an HR professional turned change manager, and I manage IT implementation projects. So somehow I still manage to squeeze myself into NIPCA. You know. All right, so we will be kicking off the event with the national anthem, with the Canadian national anthem. We are all either Canadians by passports, aspiring Canadians. Either ways, we are all Canadians. When I hold the mic, I feel tempted to say amen. Like, so I'm just saying that in case it drops, forgive and forget. Are we ready to take the Canadian national anthem? Can we rise on our feet? Thank you. Take your seats. I didn't think about it well enough. I would have been standing there because thank God I wasn't holding my mic. I would have been chopping mouth, if you understand what I mean. I don't understand why I'll be backing the projector, so I had to just drop my mic so you guys won't know I know the last line. I promise you. All right, to take us further, right? To take us further into this event, we'll be taking the president of NIPCA, who will be sharing the NIPCA's vision and strategic objectives. Osita is an experienced technology-driven executive and strategic leader with more than 18 years in the IT space. He has held a variety of progressive roles within various sectors, including banking, technology services, management consulting, mining, and oil and gas. Osita is passionate about supporting immigrants of color accelerate, grow, advance their career, whilst earning competitive remunerations. He has spearheaded the fight against unemployment and underemployment of BIPOC professionals through these thriving organizations which he founded. And these are NIPCA, Black Tech Hub, and Expert Edge Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to the microphone, Osita Nwajuifo.
Hello, everyone. Nice to connect with each and every one of us, most especially those that are coming from like outside of Ontario. I couldn't believe it. We've got members that flew all the way from Calgary, Saskatchewan, and I met one as well that said he drove all the way from Ottawa. And PEI. Oh, look at PEI all the way. Please, a round of applause for them. It's COVID has done so bad, but the truth about it is the fact that we won. Yeah, because for the past couple of years, all our events have been virtual, and that really made it very difficult for us to connect in person. Like every time we're on the Zoom, and stuff like that. But this time around, we said, no, we got to connect in person. And that is what we try to do. Prof, you're welcome, sir. All the way from Calgary. Nice one. I mean, we connected on LinkedIn, and since then, and look at, I was like, when will I connect with Prof in person? But today, here we are. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate each and every one of you, for making out this, for making out to come. This is an event that we thought of, like, to put together to get our members to connect and also to connect more with our allies. I also want to use this opportunity as well to appreciate the presence of Mark Beckles, VP with RBC. He's a great guy, championing a lot of things. I admire him so much, and this is the first time I'm meeting him in person. Welcome, sir. Also want to appreciate Nora as well. Nora, I mean, she's the lady doing the magic from behind. She's incredible in terms of tech partnerships, in terms of supporting BIPOC organization and every other organization that are within the tech space to see how we can get more professional within the tech space. Thank you so much, Nora, for all you do. Thank you. We appreciate it. I also want to, before I go quickly, I want to appreciate a lady here as well, IT chick. Her name is Adija Akinsipe, the Director of Tech Recruitment, a member of NIPCA. She was supposed to assume an executive position in NIPCA, but she declined. She said, hey, I've got so many things on my plate. But since then, we still say, hey, you've got an honorary position. So our position is still there. She's been incredible. One thing is to achieve success. Another thing as well is to ensure that the people that look like you, are able to also achieve, those kind of success in this part of the world. That's what she does. Very passionate, about the community. Helping out with jobs, helping out with, information, insights on how Black professionals can really, settle here in Canada and earn the salary they deserve. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you. Thank you. And welcome everyone from the RBC team. Don, you're welcome. And everyone else from RBC, we really appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming as well. Thanks for working with us to make this event happen. I was saying to IT Chic the other time, I don't know what we would have done without RBC. I don't think we would have done this without you guys. So we really appreciate you guys for this incredible support. Working with BIPOC organizations to ensure, diversity, equity, and inclusion is not just by word of mouth, but by action. And that's what you guys are doing. Thank you so very much. Thank you. So let me quickly, in terms of NIPCA, or talking about the journey, let me just take a few minutes to just talk about, I came to Canada reluctantly in 2016. Yeah, I use the word reluctantly because back home in Nigeria, I've been in tech for like close to 20 years now, and got into a position where I was group head of IT of an oil and gas company, doing pretty well. And my wife, for some reason, started Canadian permanent resident application without informing me. And at some point, when I got to know that she was applying, I was like, "What are you doing?" She said, "Hey, Canada." I said, "What is that?" I can't quit my job. Again, I just resumed into this position, about 3 years into the position, and then my company also won a very big contract, $2 billion contract then, and I was really pivotal to the execution of that project. And she was talking about the fact that we need to move. I was like, "Move to where?" From known to unknown. Why should I? Why? Like, are we like? Is in Nigeria we talk about, is this village people? Like when we say village people, like is just something somewhere that is making you to think this way? Why do we have to move? Canada is for those that probably looking for economic and stuff. For us, I think we're okay. But as the discussion continues, women. For some reason, they just have a way of having their way. I'm not sure why, but I think God created them that way. And that was it. 2016, we decided to, come to Canada. Then we spent a month. After a month, I had to, tell her that, hey, we have to go back. Fortunately, I didn't resign from my job. So I said, hey, let's go back. We all went back. Then we have to spend like a year, and after that, we have to come back again in 2017. Then there were a bit of security issues back home. That now gave me more reason why I think she saw certain things that I didn't see. And since then, I really started listening to my wife. Before I don't listen, but now I do listen. So when we came in, obviously, there were a bit of challenges around. For the very first time, I had to work on my resume. Because when I left school, I got a job straight away. And from then, like when I moved to IBM, it was just like moving through referrals. There was nothing like working on my resume. For the first time, I had to work on my resume in Canada. And then I started applying. And when I started applying for jobs, I was just getting those kind of information. Sorry, we couldn't continue with you. We've gotten other people that are more aligned to the role. I was like, hey, what is this? So, rejections, more than 50 applications. I got a couple of rejections and all that. Eventually, my wife now said to me, what about connection? What about community? Are there not people you can, discuss with to see, in time? Because primarily I'm within the ERP space. There's a software called SAP. That is my core area. And that was it. No community. I reached out to a few people. There wasn't any community, like a black community, where I can sync and maybe kind of, share my challenges. And she said, why not start a group? The same woman. I said, I'm looking for a job, and you're asking me to start a group. What is that? So eventually, I had to. I opened a WhatsApp group. And of course, for you to open a WhatsApp group, you need a member. She was the first member of NIPCA, right? So she joined, and that was it. So we started, kind of growing. And at that point, my vision was to make the organization a truly professional organization. I belong to so many groups. Sometimes what I see is like chatting and stuff like that, which is good. But I wanted an organization that would be focused on economic empowerment of immigrants through job. Because the most important critical element is job for immigrants. Once you get the job, every other thing will begin to fall into place. And that was how NIPCA started. Today we are over 5,000 members. across the whole of Canada. Thank you. Across the whole of Canada. And, we also started a lot of programs because it's not just about getting people. You need to also create programs. So we started with things like master classes every Thursday. From there, we moved on to start with incubation programs, where we began to introduce black professionals about in-demand areas in tech. Talking about things like artificial intelligence, ServiceNow, Salesforce, all these newer technologies. We were able to put programs together, train them for free. For free. That also kind of also contributed to the growth of the organization, People always like things that they can easily access without, of course, partnering with anything, right? But we were able to create value, and a lot of people saw that. One thing that struck me very, very hard was a case of one of the members. We had a master class, and he attended the master class. And after that, he reached out to me. He lives in Saskatchewan. And this guy was a banker back in Nigeria as a RICO, Resident Internal Controller. The guys that we have in the branches that kind of focuses on risk assessment, controls, and compliance and stuff like that. But guess what this guy is doing in Canada? He was working as a security guard. Security guard for 3 years. A guy that is a manager back home, here in Canada, security guard. So when we had that conversation, he was literally crying on the phone. And I was like, why would you? He said, when he came to Canada, the few guys he met all told him about security guard job, that you must start from the scratch. That was what they told him, that here is not a place, you are a manager back home does not mean you need to come here and become a manager. That was the information they sold to him, and he believed that. 3 years, he was stuck. Now, when I had conversation with him, I told him, what about you moving into cybersecurity? You've got experience in compliance, risk assessment. Why not? There's something we call transferable skills. Move those skills and pivot into in-demand area in tech. The guy enrolled in our cybersecurity program, and today he's working with BMO as a cybersecurity analyst. So he left security guard job that, in fact, he was promoted to senior security guard. And when he talked about his salary, I was like, what is this? Right? Today, it's a different ballgame for him. There are so many like that. So these are the kind of strategies and things that we are doing within the community to support those coming into this space. You can be whatever you want to be. You must not start from the scratch. That is a myth that has been sold to so many. And today you have those with master's degree, as guys working at the warehouse at Amazon. You've got those as so many working as customer service. Not that there's anything wrong with those jobs, but again, you cannot attain certain height, and you are stuck with a 40K, 50K kind of job. That is underemployment. And that is at the core of what we are trying to do within the community. Thank you so very much, every one of you, for coming around. I don't want to bore you with so many stories, but again, I just want to appreciate us for making our time to come around today so that we can connect and begin to talk about ways through which we can break the barriers, break the stereotypes, inspire and encourage our people to be the best they can be. Thank you so very much.
Wow. Thank you very much, Mr. Osita, for sharing your story with us, the journey so far, and how you bettered NIPCA. A warm welcome, another round of applause for him. Because honestly, that's really inspiring. And just as I mentioned, it is not always very easy to make up your mind to relocate to an unknown place, settle, connect with people, and start climbing the success ladder. But he experienced that. He eventually found his way out, and not just finding his way out, he managed and continued to pull people out of this by holding their hands and doing what he does and the main reason why we are here today. So it deserves that round of applause. So the next item on our agenda today will be the first keynote. And that is going to be delivered by Mark Beckles. Mark is an astute leader with over 25 years of experience in financial services. He holds the prestigious Institute of Corporate Directors designation, an MBA in International Business from the University of Bradford, and has completed executive programs at the Richard Ivey School of Business. Mark has executive leadership experience in banking, insurance, risk management, and nonprofit leadership. Mark leads the strategic execution of RBC's social impact portfolios, which includes RBC Future Launch, RBC Emerging Artist, and RBC Tech for Nature. Across Canada, it drives stakeholder relationship and maintains key relationships, including policymakers, partners, and stakeholders in advancing RBC community investment priorities. Please join me in welcoming to the podium Mark Beckles, VP Social Impact and Innovation, RBC Corporate Citizen. You're most welcome.
Thank you. You know, sometimes technology has a mind of its own. Osita, if it makes you comfortable, you're not the only one that followed a woman to Canada. I was at a coaching session last weekend, and the 4 coaches followed their wives to Canada. The 4 of us. So rest assured, bro, I got you.
Thank you so much, and sorry for the technical problems. I often prefer to speak without holding a mic so that I can focus on what I'm saying. Nonetheless, we will make the technology work. Thank you for having me at your conference today. Osi, thank you so much for sharing the journey of NIPCA. And on behalf of RBC and 89,000 colleagues around the world, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning and to engage with you on a really important issue, and that is really around how do we advance the interests of Black professionals in technology and to ensure that we have equal opportunity in that space. I am particularly gratified, though, to be joined by several of my colleagues here today who are partners like me with you in advancing community. You heard us talk about Nora, you heard about Adija, and we are just you know, a few of quite a number of RBC employees who are working together in community with you to ensure that community interests are advanced as we unlock the full potential of everyone in the community to be able to contribute to the economic prosperity of Canada, so that we're not here today as a sponsor as much as we are here today as a partner. And you know, we welcome the opportunity to think more and push ourselves more around how do we as an organization, you know, better legitimize the work that we are doing by listening to community and partnering with community so that the solutions and the priorities that community identifies for us, we can actually, you know, support the right types of solutions and approaches that actually empower, you know, different community organizations and ensure a greater commitment toward equity, diversity, and inclusion. Just a couple of quick thoughts before I get into my comments. I have to, in fact, just compliment the DJ for the music. I will say that, the music doesn't make me want to get up here and speak. It makes me want to get up here and dance. And I will say, in a room of adults, if I were at home and listening to that kind of music, I would have other things on my mind. Let me just also acknowledge the success of NIPCA and the Evolve conference. From 2016 until today, 5,000 members across the country is significant. And that began with a vision, and I'm glad that you listened to your wife. Those of you who have wives know the imperative, the urgency, the importance of listening to one's wife. I too am here because I listened to my wife. And after 33 years of marriage, I am still listening to my wife. The theme of my comments today really sort of focus on the notion of a blank page to design our future. And as I think of a blank page, I think of comments that one of my leaders made to me a number of years ago when I was asked to execute a fairly major strategy on behalf of the organization. And that boss of mine was a female, a woman. So women rule the world, let's be clear. Anyways, she asked me a question that no leader had ever, prior to that point in my career, asked me. She asked me the question, what is your moonshot? What is your moonshot? What is your moonshot? And as you think of that question, I know that your minds have already traveled with me toward Neil Armstrong landing on the moon. And what did he say when he landed on the moon? He said, one small step for man, one giant step for mankind. And that challenged me to think about my own moonshot. And what would I say if it were me putting my footprint on the moon? What is my moonshot? And so then that links very closely to this notion of, way back in the day, whether you were in kindergarten or preschool or elementary school, your teacher asking you to draw a picture of what the future would look like. We are teachers, and that's why I respect teachers so much. They unlock our curiosity. They asked us to imagine the future. Imagine the future. And for many of us, certainly the boys in the class would imagine flying cars or phones with videos. Talking to devices that would turn music up in the house. And depending on your vintage, some of us would have thought of Star Trek. And you remember the tricorder, a medical device that could diagnose, or it could be a communications device, or it could be any other device on Star Trek. We think of the Flintstones and now the Jetsons. But imagining a future. I don't know what you put down on paper, on that blank sheet of paper, but I know for me, it was flying cars. And so, as they asked us to draw a future without limits, are you living in your future, and are you living without limits? And the reason I say that is because we are living that future today. We are doing business at the speed of light. We live in a connected world We actually use phones that have video conferencing. We actually drive cars that are electric. Don't know what Fred Flintstone would do today. We are living in a world where access to technology and innovation has changed everything. We are either using technology or technology is using us. We have in the palm of our hands computing devices that were more powerful than the bank of computers that launched the first Gemini rocket into space. That is the power of the technology that we have in our pockets and in our purses. We protect our homes with Nests. Some of us used Uber to get here. I have 2 other wives. One's name is Siri, and the other's name is Alexa. That is the world we live in. And we continue to build more technology because technology is driving the evolution of how we live forward at a rapid pace. So how do you build a career in the context of this rapidly changing world of technology, and how do you find your place in it? How do you navigate it? How do you navigate this information super highway? And it is even more intense because of the rate in which and the pace in which technology is changing. But I would say to all of us that your role in technology advancement is going to continue to change the world. And the role that you play, whether from a leadership perspective, from an innovation perspective, from a creation perspective, is germane to what the world will look like going forward. You will shape the technology that people use every day. You will shape the kind of technology that will improve human outcomes. You will shape technology that affects the lives of people in this room. You will evolve technology in a way that affects the lives of people across this country and around the world. Yes, some of you in this room. And you need not feel that it's not you and that it can't be you, because there are countless examples across the globe of people that look like you, that look like us, that are responsible for some of the biggest technological achievements in humankind. So it can be you. And you may not have realized it yet, but deciding to be here today and deciding to participate in this event and to network and to dialogue makes you part of a thriving and robust industry where increasingly the sector is saying you are welcomed. We need your talent. We need your capability. We need your input. We need your perspective if we are going to build tools and systems that are inclusive and equitable. You are currently designing, or you will be designing, or updating, or disrupting the things that people use every day to make their lives better. You are going to be involved in work that actually removes barriers to employment, to healthcare, to education, to childcare, or even puppy care. The list is endless, the innovations that you are going to be engaged in, because technology has the power to touch and change everything and everyone. And so when I reflect on my use of technology, it is actually almost emotional to see the work and care that the industry has brought to life over the last number of years, the last 2 in particular, as greater emphasis has been placed on empathy and responding to the needs of people where they are. Think of our lives pre-pandemic and all of the latent technology that we were not using, where but for the unlocking of that technology, we would be living in a less connected world because of the pandemic. But, we, along with our grandparents, are far more familiar with platforms like Zoom and Teams and Google Meet and Blue Jeans and a whole range of technology platforms. In many respects, it's how our parents and our parents' parents got through the pandemic. It's how we remain connected. It's how we found jobs. It's how we found community, such as we have found community today. 24/7 platforms that allowed us to build a personal brand and or to export our talent and capabilities well beyond Canada's shores. Technology that brought us together in a way that we ordinarily would not be able to do so. And the evidence that thousands of people are likely joining this by webcast is a reinforcing example. But more fundamentally, we've been able to engage young people where they are, to gather together from our homes or distant places, to redefine and refine work and family life balance. And I'm incredibly proud again of the technology that we use even at RBC. Technology that has allowed us to push forward in the face of ambiguity and uncertainty. Technology that has brought us together and allowed us to challenge ways of doing things so that we can actually reimagine the ways in which we support our communities and the 16 million customers across the world that we are privileged to serve. Technology has allowed us to think big and to dream big and push us past our normal limits. So that with every advancement and forward step in technology, there are new and renewing moments of inspiration, new and renewing moments of ignition, ways to do things differently. For us, it was that disruption in the face of COVID-19 when it hit us in 2020. We turned to technology to think of how we could do things differently to support every aspect of our operations and our broad stakeholder base across this country. We challenged ourselves to think about how we supported community and community organizations like this one. We thought historically about things like mentorship and work experience and finding career paths and recognizing that those important connections could actually still be done using technology. And so when we think about mentorship, we think of the Cultivate program that is hosted by an associate organization of yours, Black Professionals in Tech, which has really been focused on advancing the careers and mentorship opportunities for 350 Black professionals identified as under 29 years old, with executives in the tech and business sector. And this program provides mentors and mentees the ability to connect in cohorts with Black professionals to really create opportunities for them. It is a community engagement program that gives each member the ability to create and build stronger career pathways for Black professionals wishing to access the technology industry, very similar to your organization. And then we focused on work experience. How do we deliver work experience in a pandemic to young people? And so with Magnet, we brought the jobs to young people who needed them the most. We connected them with employers through the Magnet platform and allowed them to work virtually. And through that process, we were able also to unlock a summer student work placement subsidy that the federal government provided up to, I believe it was $16 million And a significant chunk of those dollars actually went to small business owners so that they could onboard tech talent, young tech talent, to advance their organizations and allow them to work in a digital age. RBC Upskill was another similar platform that we launched. And so we're helping to give young people insights to their careers and providing tools and enablers which through utility help people to really think about what they want to do next. So here we are back to where we started. A blank sheet of paper. But I come back to the opening point around, so what is your moonshot? What is our moonshot, whether as individuals or as a collective? OC knew his moonshot, and his moonshot brought us here today. You are on the forefront of some of the biggest advancements in technology, and you bring to the table rich human capital, intellectual capital, and creative capital that will mean that the advances of both today and tomorrow are those that we will benefit from because of what you bring to the table. So on behalf of RBC, I want to say thank you so much for having us with you today. Again, we are a partner. We're not just a sponsor. As employees, it is our privilege to be here. And I will say to all of you, I get to represent the tribe today, but it could be any one of us from the organization standing here today and supporting you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. That was a beautiful keynote. I like to say this when I'm amidst RBC folks. My wife also works with RBC. Please clap for her now. Thank you. Yeah, she's one of you guys. And we are bleeding blue. I'm bleeding blue. She's got RBC colors on her. So we shall be sending our invoice very soon, especially now that we know there's a VP from RBC in the house. So expect that. I like what you said, what is your moonshot? And you said something that resonated about what Osita said at the beginning. You said, one small step for man, one giant step for mankind. Osita took that one small step, and we are all here today we have become a giant community because of one man's step. So thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate your keynote. Yeah. All right, so before we proceed, I'd just like to let us know that the washrooms are right outside this door to my left, and then we have emergency exit doors. And I know when I say this, we're like, emergency exit doors. Don't worry. We are all good. It's just protocol. So we've got doors to your left, doors to your right, and just thought to call that out. All right, quickly, we will be going to the next panel session, and we'll be bringing our partners on board. So RBC, you guys are partners, not sponsors. And that's deep, partnering to make great things happen. All right, so the moderator for this panel session is our very own Kikeloye Oyerinde, a.k.a. Kiki. Is Kiki in the house? Oh, Kiki. Kiki is in the house. Kiki, please come. And I'd like to acknowledge my friend Modupe, also from RBC. I know big people. It's not my fault. See, when you are brief like me, you have to know, big people. All right. Thanks, Kiki. Good to have you. And our topic for this session, for this panel session, says, let's talk tech. Talent recruitment at RBC, Royal Bank of Canada. Okay.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thank you, Taiwo. So the topic, let's talk tech recruitment at RBC, actually resonates well with what Mark Beckles just said, that they are here for us and we'll be talking.
You're a technologist. You love what you do. You value a workplace that celebrates diversity. You're looking to join a company that speaks up for inclusion, serves their communities, and drives meaningful social impact. And one that is also a cutting-edge innovator in the technology space. And you can't imagine finding all of this at one company. But you can. Welcome to Tech at RBC, a place where diversity and inclusion is more than just a value. It's who we are. Working for Tech at RBC means being embraced for who you are and the expertise you bring. We provide career-accelerating opportunities for women in tech, including access to programs, events, and resources. We value the imaginative ideas, skills, and global perspectives that Canadian newcomers bring to the table. We also offer support programs and workshops to further enable our newcomers. To make sure our leaders represent the diverse communities we serve, we work to move underrepresented BIPOC talent into senior management and executive roles. Fit right into the future of tech at RBC, where if something doesn't exist, we're already working on it. You're a technologist. You love what you do. You value a workplace that celebrates diversity.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here with me. I don't think my mic's working, but can you hear me? Hello?
Extra mic. I'll bring one more for
Hi? Okay. Well, if you couldn't tell, we're delighted to be here this afternoon with everyone in the room and to all our viewers who are streaming in from across the globe, wherever you might be. It is always exciting to come out and be part of Team RBC and carrying on with our initiatives within the communities that we work and live in. So we're excited to be here today. My name is Kiki Oyerunde, and yeah, I'm not in IT. I'm an IT wannabe individual, but just thank you for letting me be here with you. I want IT. Well, I work at RBC. I moved to Canada in 2018 for my MBA. I got recruited 1 year into my program. When the recruiter met me, they told me about an event, and I'm like, hey, I'm a lawyer. I don't want to work for a bank. And he said, well, we're not just a bank. We're a lot of things. So why don't you come speak with us? I met a couple of individuals and landed at RBC. It feels like home. I've got a family here, and it's been an exciting journey. We're going to be talking about the panelists will be sharing with us about their career journeys, how they landed at RBC, and why RBC is the employer of choice for them. We'll also talk about initiatives at the bank, well, at RBC because it's more than a bank, to attract and retain BIPOC talent. We'll talk about the communities we have set up within the enterprise to support this talent, and most importantly, retain this talent, making sure that you're set up to succeed and thrive. And so I'll hand it over to the panelists, and starting with Geraldine, could you please introduce yourself, tell us about your career journey, and how you landed at RBC.
Make sure my mic works. Is it working? Yeah. So I hear myself. Okay, hello everyone. I'm super excited to be here. My name is Geraldine Esemezi. I really enjoyed every bit being here. Osita, well done to you. You kicked off the event with an amazing story, very inspiring one, which I think most of us can connect with. I'll talk more on Osita's story because we have a lot of alignments in journeys there. Well, for me, my journey at RBC has been an amazing one. I probably won't go into so much there yet, but I've worked with RBC for about 3 months now. So I'm in UB at RBC. I moved to Canada like in about 12 or 13 years ago. And just like Osita said, my move to Canada was like, what the hell, why am I moving here? Like I traveled everywhere when I was in Nigeria, several trips a year to, on holidays. But why would I leave a job I had, an amazing job I had in Nigeria to come here? But again, I just thought, what, it's for my kids, better life for them, opportunities for them. So that was my motivation to move here. And my journey to RBC, I hear my mic going in and out.
Yeah, you are.
So maybe I'll use a handheld. technology. It works, but we'll see what we do about it. So I'll just drop this. Hello? Okay, good. Better. Okay, so when I moved to Canada, incidentally, RBC was the first company I really, really wanted to work for. Like when I went downtown, it has this intimidating presence. My goodness, this brand, the way it stands out, and everyone who knows me know that RBC was actually the first bank I wanted to work for. And when I came in, I started some initial interviews with RBC, but I got this amazing opportunity with a pharmaceutical tech company. And of course, I just went there straight because they would offer me something bigger than I was going to get from RBC at that time. So when I worked for a tech company, I moved to Capgemini. And from Capgemini, I moved to Eagle Eye, which is a software as a service company, before I moved to RBC. So in RBC, it's been amazing. It's a great company to work for. I found it super exciting. There's always so much going on. Like the amount of collaboration we do within RBC is amazing. And then it's also a fun place to be. Like everything's geared towards, we're always having fun. There's always some team event going on. There's always lots of learning sessions going on. There are lots of meetings, tons of meetings. Something like death by meeting. But you know what? But it's all good because it is a company that promotes like diversity of perspective, which drives innovation, inclusivity. Everyone's voice is heard. We will not sign off most processes if we don't get everyone's signature on it. So what is that? It's all about diversity. It's all about inclusivity. So in all aspects, really. So that is what RBC stands for. And that is, that resonates with me. That is the culture that I love in a company. So really, I won't bore you so much because as I tell you my stories, there's really a lot. I'll hand over to the other panelists, but my journey in RBC has been amazing, and I'll speak more to it as this discussion goes on. Over to you, Rolla.
If you couldn't already tell, we've all drank the Kool-Aid.
Yes, we have.
I'm going to try.
Okay.
I don't think it's working. Is it working? Is it? No. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So my name is Rola Turk, and I actually work on the same team as Geraldine, so everything she said is 100%. I've been at RBC for 5 years now. I was in a different financial institution before joining RBC. The reason why I wanted to move is because I got the opportunity to lead a global team. And by global, meaning it wasn't a team in specific area or region. It was people across the globe in the US, in the UK, in Halifax, in Calgary. So I had the opportunity to bring a lot of diverse talent into the team, which to me was, one, a great opportunity for me to learn about new cultures and new people and have sort of widen my own perspective and thought process. And then work with people from different backgrounds, which it's just a great plus. And we've grown the team so much since then. I'm actually really proud of how the team collaborates together and works together. So that was definitely an opportunity I wouldn't have said no to. I'm also recently the Canadian Ambassador for Women in Identity, and people who don't know Women in Identity, it's basically a not-for-profit international organization, and it's all volunteer-based, and it promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion as well. It's a group of people, international, again, across the globe. We work together to make sure that whatever solutions are implemented, which Mark touched on, are inclusive of everyone. No one is left behind from the design to the implementation to the testing, every single stage. Everyone is engaged so that these solutions are built by everybody for everyone. And it works regardless of who is the group using it or leveraging it. So that's my journey. I am within IAM cybersecurity, leading the IAM operations and analytics team, and definitely we'll go into details as we progress.
Thank you, Rola.
I'm going to try and keep mine short. My name is Don Dele. I lead the digital technology team in RBC for Omni. I got into technology by mistake. I meant to study medicine, as many of you Nigerians can appreciate. But my elective in university was logic, philosophy, and it actually had similar electives to computer science. So I fell into computer science and I loved it. So that's how I ended up in technology. Ending up in RBC was, before I got to RBC, it was all about the money. I've worked at a bunch of other FAs before RBC. But RBC was the place, if you look at my LinkedIn profile, I stayed the longest because there was a community around me, a community around what I did, and it was the first place I worked where I didn't feel tokenized. There's not a lot of us in technology, so walking in and actually seeing the diversity of thought, diversity in people, like you can look at the stage now, we're sitting with like brilliant people that don't look like me, and that's kind of what RBC represents.
I look like you.
See, I don't comb my hair.
I look like you. People have dreads.
Well, to the point of diversity and what it means to us at RBC, I often tell people that I work in asset management and people think it's a white boys club. But every time I walk into a room and people have heard of me but never met me, it's never, oh, she's black. It's always, you're a lawyer, come tell me how you got here. And RBC is an organization that thinks about the uniqueness of every individual and what you bring to the table. We do have equal representation, but you're more than just a black professional. You're more than just an immigrant. You're so many other things. You're the culmination of your life's experiences. So I'll stay with you, Don. Can you please tell me what tech trend you're most interested in today? And I will let you know that on the back end, we've had a conversation where I'm interested in being able to eat jollof rice in the metaverse. Now, he has an opinion as to how practicable that is. I don't want to hear it.
Tech trends. Well, I would say generally blockchain. I think it's going to be the tenets of that technology, the trust, the security is so in line with what the principles of traditional banking is, that I think blockchain is going to be to banking, or technology in general, what the internet was to banking. Like it just seems inconsequential at the start, but you fast forward 10 years and you can't imagine not being able to check your balances all the time. You know, people used to walk around with passbooks that you'd update with your balances and walk around with checks, right? And now it's just, I think blockchain in banking is going to be like revolutionary.
Thank you. Rolla, what are you excited about? Trying some jollof rice?
I would say digital identity. And so digital identity is sort of the set of validated attributes, our home address, our phone number, our name, social security number. So lots of confidential personal information. And I'm very interested to see how that's going to be implemented, and how the privacy and risk concerns are going to be tackled. And then also, not everybody has digital presence today. There are people who don't necessarily go online. They don't have that presence there. So how are we going to account for these individuals and make sure we are inclusive when we roll out digital identity? So I think it's a really big topic, and it'll be interesting to see how that's going to play out.
Thank you.
Okay, so for me, although Kiki, I'm not buying that your jollof rice in the metaverse. No.
Really?
I need to have my jollof rice live and direct. I can't be imagining or envisioning or dreaming. What the hell is that?
Okay, ofe salah.
Again, in the real life, not dreaming it or imagining it. What the hell is that? That's torture. Anyway, Kiki, we'll discuss that again, because I really need to know how that excites you. So for me, really, it's more around automation at scale. Like for me, I'm someone who loves to work like very efficiently. I do so much. I need to do so many things. I have very little time, very little attention span on things. So I want things to keep working. So I look at automation at scale, at work. Keep identifying those manual repetitive processes we have. Apply engineering, automation, self-service for it. Boom, let it go. At home, the smart home devices, oh my God, those are God sent to me. So as little as to your smart switches, the smart switches, all the smart devices you use in your house, the switches, was it Google Home, Alexa, the fact that my smart switches, the fact that I don't have to call my son, go turn on the outside light or turn off the inside light, and I just program this on my phone. They have a schedule and it comes on and goes off at its time. That is super amazing. So like, let's keep looking at that space in the world of automation. There's so much from our AI to all what we're doing around it. All those excites me. So I'm always looking for what's the next thing? What more can I automate? My personal life, my corporate, my tech, everything around. So I think that's a space we should all be looking out for and seeing how we make our life easier, better, doing things faster, cheaper, efficiency in all we do. So that's the tech trend that excites me.
Thank you. And so you've set yourself up because now you need to make the audience's life easier.
Yeah, I will. Like when I go jogging in the morning and I see people's lights on at 8 o'clock, I say, what the hell? I feel like going to knock on that door to tell them, please just install this smart switch so that that light goes off at 6 o'clock. Yeah, so I definitely would love to come consult me. I'm happy to work with you on getting all that done.
Well, one way you can make our lives easier right now is to tell us about your journey to RBC, how you got here. Why RBC is the employer of choice for you?
Okay, so as I said earlier, RBC is a company I've always admired. I've worked for amazing companies, in fact. But somehow I still like, man, this bank has some class. The brand, their strength. There's something about RBC, and I bet you all know that. When I came into Canada, it was TD I had my first account with, not RBC. But I still knew there was something about there's this class. So for me, I love class. I love, so for me, and I getting to know RBC better, there's so much, when I got into RBC, I wasn't searching for a job then. I was looking for a great company that I loved so much. If no one believed I could leave that company. But when I saw the opportunity to get this specific one where I am, authentication services and application support, it excited me. And it was in the cybersecurity space. I have never been in cybersecurity. But there's something about this. And I was happy when Osita touched on, we have amazing transferable skills. So look at where you can apply those. Don't only wait for where you can check off all the boxes. Check off most of it for sure, but for others, and go for what you want. And then when you're on that job, keep learning all the skills you need to be successful. So I found my way into RBC with cybersecurity being the place to be right now, where tech is taking us. So it's been an exciting one. So I saw the opportunity come up. I said, this is interesting. I looked more further into it, applied to the job, I called for interview, went through my technical process and all the management interviews to it, and landed the job. Had an exciting recruitment process, which was really very fast compared to most companies I've worked for. So and I'm here today managing a large team of people in global cybersecurity with Rolla, where I haven't been, and it's been an exciting one for me. And one thing I'll say to most people, please, I've enjoyed being in RBC, and it keeps getting better. And RBC has lots of amazing opportunities, so just be on the lookout for it. I would tell you with all honesty, it is an amazing place to be. I don't want to say it's the best place I've ever been, but it is super amazing. So what I've seen so far was, it was all been within my expectation. So what more do you want to know about my journey? I can say so much about my journey.
I'll come back to you.
Okay, so shut up.
Because you make it sound seamless. I know our onboarding process, our recruiters are fantastic, some of the best in the world. Shout out to them.
Yeah.
But it's also not a walk in the park, because I haven't met someone who's not pretty awesome at the bank. You walk into a room and you almost feel like the least intelligent person in the room. So it's a lot of smart people. So we'll come back to you to speak about how our audience can make sure that their applications are competitive. Like the other panelists, we'll talk about what we look for in talent and how you can position yourselves. I'll also let you know that when Geraldine started 3 months ago, I'm sure a couple of people took her out to coffee. Well, we spiked the coffee so that everyone gets some of the Kool-Aid. So her coffee was spiked. Rolla, a not-so-little bird told me that you've hired 2 individuals from NIPCA. Can we get a shout out for Rolla? So I was wondering if you could tell us what, as a leader in cybersecurity, what you look for in talent, and what made those individuals stand out to you and the role they're playing on your team?
Got it. It's actually 3, not 2.
Oh, okay.
Same.
Is that a mic drop?
So to talk a little bit general, so my team, what's cool on my team is that we have different roles. So we have entry-level roles and we have more senior roles, which is really good because then we don't have to hire people who know everything, right? So basically when we hire for the entry-level roles, we look at the transferable skills. Those are huge for us. Because you can teach them the process, you can teach them what we do, the technical stuff. All these things are easily teachable, but actually, what we look for is also the transferable skills, or what I call them the power skills, and those are problem solving, communication, also analytical skills. All those things, resilience in some cases, because even if you don't sort of know everything, if you have those skill sets, it's easy to bring people within the organization who have the knowledge and then leverage their knowledge and then bring everybody together to resolve whatever issue you need to resolve. So that kind of simplifies and elevates the person's performance as well. When we hire for senior roles, we do look for the expertise as well, relevant experience, relevant knowledge, especially in the IAM space. And because the senior roles look at governance and operation, privilege access and attestations and whatnot, it's good for the person to have the knowledge of how this rolls and why do we do it, because it gives a little bit of the why am I doing this job and why am I spending so much time on a specific task. So that helps them. So we look for a little bit of a knowledge and previous experience. Now to go back to the individuals we hired, they had amazing experience, all 3 of them. We looked at the resumes, and the team actually goes and hires. And I have to say, I have to give a big shout out to Adija and her team. They have been absolutely amazing. I really appreciate you and your team because they've helped us so much along the way. So when we review the resume, their experience was amazing, very relevant to the role, and we never said, oh, the experience was not in Canada, so we don't account for it. We never thought like that. We said, okay, well, this person really knows. They had all sorts of certifications. They had the experience outside of Canada. They still had the experience. So we leveraged that, and we brought them on board. In addition to that, some of them had volunteer experience as well, which I personally really appreciate because it showcases that they care for their community and the people around them, and it showcases leadership skills as well. So it's those are well-rounded candidates, not only about the technical, but everything else as well. So yeah, that was an easy decision to make.
Well, thank you, Rola. Okay. And we know you'll be making it 4 individuals on your team pretty soon. Well, you speak about volunteer work, so I'd like to move on to John. I mean, a lot of people in this room interact with RBC in one way or the other, or within your communities. We're very passionate and active within the communities that we do business, and it's one of the things that are important to us. It's right down in our DNA, giving back to the community, giving back to people who are less privileged, supporting people, allyship. A lot of that is what we do. John, I know that you're very into extracurricular activities, and I know you're very active within, our RBC campaigns. I also know that you do a lot of work with our employee resource groups, which are some of the ways through which we support talent, diverse talent. Can you speak to that, to some of the work that you do and some of the resources that we have that build communities within RBC?
Yeah, well, doing a lot of work is also like following a lot of like smart people to tell me, hey, when a DJ calls and says, hey, I need you to be here, I show up. It's not as much work as it sounds, but extra things I would consider like extracurricular that I do at RBC is I'm the executive sponsor for a BIPOC community at RBC called Inspire, and it's, as I said before, it's wonderful to see the amount of resources we put around diversity within the bank, and like not just for BIPOC community, for women in technology, like women in general. So it's something that I've been very encouraged to do, just seeing that like I gained so much from it coming into the organization that I wanted to be able to give back. So yeah, it's at RBC, I would say within our ERGs and for most of the sponsorship, we actually have, you know, OC members, like Mark's here speaking about like our partnership with NIPCA. We have like senior executives that are actually sponsoring this and actually leading this. So yeah, that's something I'm passionate about and something actually I'm lucky enough to get the opportunity to do.
Can you tell us what Inspire is?
Oh, Inspire is Inspire is an ERG and RBC that supports the BIPOC experience within the bank. There's a few of us. There are a few committees like that. Inspire is just one of them. Stuff. I just happen to, you know, tip my own horn. It's the best. Yeah.
Well, I volunteer for Project Beacon, another BIPOC ERG, and so Don and I will take it outside and decide which one's better. But can you share with us any cool project you've worked on this year? And you're supposed to pretend to be confused because all of your projects are cool, right?
Yes, I was going to say which one. I'm lucky enough to work on a lot of innovative things. Like I lead a vast team, so I can't talk about any projects I'm working on now because a lot of them are proprietary, but I could talk about something I've worked in the past. Is that cool? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, I remember 5 years ago, RBC and Suncor launched a partnership. It was called Link Loyalty. It was spectacular. I'm bragging, but it was spectacular. So it's not to geek out. So essentially, the premise of this initiative was you walk into any retail branch or like any gas station, and rather than having to take out your Petro-Canada card, swiping it to get your points, and then taking out your RBC card, paying, and then making sure you got your RBC rewards points, like we thought, like why don't you just pay and we just figure out all of the partnership that you should get points for and award you the points. And at the time, that was mind-blowing. I remember sitting in a room and somebody said we should do that. I'm just like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. So yeah, that was something terribly cool. And that, like, I remember when the idea was set out, it took us about a very long time to figure out how that would work, and that was very fulfilling.
Cool, thank you.
I
Roland.
could geek out some more. I have.
Okay, we'll come back to you for some more cool projects. So we've spoken about your career journeys to the bank and why RBC is the employer of choice and how we've spiked all of your coffees. But one thing we're passionate about is continuous learning, you know, and you spoke about how the individuals you've hired on your team were qualified, they had a lot of experience, you know, they had worked within their communities. I know that sponsorship, you know, executive sponsorship, mentorship is something that we're big on, and it's something that, you know, we promote within the enterprise. Can you share maybe a story or two about how sponsorship, mentorship has supported you during your career journey, and how you also support, you know, your employees?
So, by the way, I have the Petro-Canada thing, so I do that too. Yeah. So, where do I start? That's a big question. I will start by how I support my people on the team first, and then I'll talk about myself. So for the individuals on the team, one thing that we do is we always ask them, what do you want to do? And that it's not the old question of what do you want to be when you grow up, or where do you see yourself in 5 years? Not those questions, but more sort of, okay, now you're here, you've spent a couple months, you know how things roll, where do you want to get to? What kind of information can we provide you, so that they don't, for them to know what the expectation is from a mentor or a sponsor they need to understand what really works for them. What's their moonshot, right? So we work with them on it and see what we can provide. And then there are actually groups, Women in Technology and Operations at RBC, and there are mentorship programs where they can sign up to be either a mentor or a mentee. And if they want to be a mentee, they provide what their interests are, what they're looking to achieve, and then they get connected with a mentor who will be able to support them that way. Or they can be a mentor and then support other individuals, and that's a great opportunity to also pay it back, right, and help other individuals at the organization. Sponsorship is a little more complex because sponsorship is someone you would like sort of to connect with as well, and it's somebody who sees your potential even if you're not at that potential yet, and then basically speaks about your achievements and your potential in a positive way while you're not in the room. So I try to do that for my own people, and there are a lot of opportunities within the bank for individuals to connect with senior executives or other individuals across the organization to build that rapport with them so they become their sponsors as well in the long run.
You, and that's really important for career growth, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So Geraldine, I'm so happy to not be the newest employee in the room. It felt like I was the newest forever. But as the RBC newbie, I had said to you I would come back to you about how you made sure that your application was competitive. Can you share with the audience a couple of things you did? I know that you did certain things that the entire pack wasn't doing, and the ways that you positioned yourself to be the candidate of choice.
Okay, good question, Kiki. So for me, as I mentioned earlier, that I went into cybersecurity, an area I've never been, but the job was very attractive to me. Like, it excited me somewhere I really wanted to be. Yeah, I was Director for Authentication Services and Applications. So to prepare for such jobs, so as I said earlier, never restrict yourself to just, areas where you check off all the boxes. For we as professionals here, we should always approach your career with a growth mindset. Never settle into your comfort zone, and don't think you have it all. Because I actually felt I had it all where I was before until I saw something like this. Always have that growth mindset. So for me, when I saw this role, so I've never been directly in cybersecurity, but you know what? For most of what was needed there, it was more of ensuring operational resilience, authentication services, ensuring the stability of these applications, the platforms, putting in place governance processes to ensure that there is full compliance. We also had a regulatory compliance requirements around that. So you take a look at it when you look at job postings, look at what's read meaning into each of those line items, and look at this I do, like in operations world, I've been in operations for, I'm sure, close to 20 years. Like, what else in operations haven't I done or haven't you done? So you look at those things, and also I've been in operations, I've been in delivery, so you can cut across any sector, any industry, any role, really, especially if you're in the tech space. So look beyond those. So just look at what is there. Look at, all the skills you have. How does this apply? So in building your resume to it, show it. Show the value you bring to the table. Show your experience in, be it operational management or project delivery or service management, whatever space it is, even what you've done in authentication services, in access management, because there's some level of those you've done. So always ensure you show all those skills you have, because again, for whoever is a recruiting manager could actually look at this resume and say, oh my God, this resume actually has more than I was actually looking for. This is actually interesting. I can actually relate to this. So always look at, when you look at opportunities or job postings, please look beyond what is there. Think about the transferable skills you have. You're worth more than you think most times, and people don't see that you have so much potential in what you've achieved. So I always say to people, both those who are job seekers and those who are not job seeking, as long as you're in a career space, please ensure you always operate with a growth mindset, because you can only get better. Okay, so I think I'll stop at that now. Of course, the RBC booth is the RBC recruitment booth out there. I'll probably be there also. I'm always happy to coach people, but definitely come out. Check out our RBC career page. There are lots of amazing opportunities there. Come out there, meet with us. Always reach out. You can always reach out to any of us here to give you any support you need. But definitely, I will say to you, it is a great company, great bank to work for, and definitely keep doing everything you need to do to move your careers to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine. We're going to come to Don, but to your point about growth mindset, I was speaking with two of our leaders within Dominion Securities yesterday, and I was just asking them about what they're looking for in talent, and they said to me, look, Kiki, we can teach you the tech, the hardcore skills. If they're not where we want them to be, we will work with you and support you to get them where we want them to be or where we need them to be. But we can't teach you your attitude. We do zero a-holes here. So it's about the attitude. The attitude is important. And I often say to people, look into yourself. If you want to be accepted, then you have to be willing to be accepting of other people. And I would say that, that has been my experience. A lot of people at the organization are helpful. They want you to learn. They want you to grow. We're not a toxic environment. We are competitive in that we are competing against RBC's goals of yesterday. We're competing against what the team achieved the day before. But then together, we understand that teamwork is important. So that's something that I think we all need to keep front of mind. Diversity is a double-edged sword. We all want it, but then there's always friction when different people come together. But disagree with respect, disagree with kindness, knowing that you're on the same team. So Don, I'm coming to you.
I have to follow that.
Okay, so we're still talking about what we're looking for in talent, because that's what's really important, to this conversation. And you're a leader within digital, and you've been in this space for a while. So what do you look for in talent, and what do you think is most important to an individual who would say is looking to get on your team or looking to get, within the space?
I look for creativity. I think usually by the time you get to talk to me in an interview process, like they've already validated your technical acumen and all that stuff. What I'm actually looking for is creativity as a response to the context you find yourself. So I think most of the times when we're going for an interview, we get ready, you put on your best shirt. Like you're anticipating exuding ambition when you walk into that room, but 99% of the time, people just respond with what they think you want to hear, and it's very disappointing. So I want somebody to walk in and figure out how to tell me what they want to say, right? Like show me what Geraldine just said. Like, let me know why you're awesome and why you're going to come into RBC and kill it.
Amazing, thank you. You're killing it. So we're going to wrap up. It's been an interesting discussion, and we've said a lot of things. In 30 seconds each, can our panelists tell us one key takeaway? If there's anything the audience is going to remember from this conversation, beyond RBC's the employer of choice, we're the greatest, we're the bestest, we're nice people, what should they remember?
Spiked coffee. Very quickly, and it's something that actually Mark touched on, is within cyber and identity and access management, things are changing very rapidly. It's a very fast-paced environment. So for us to be successful, we need to change the way we think. We cannot keep doing things the way we used to do and be successful with whatever new challenges or new solutions that are being implemented. So the reason why I'm saying that is we don't only want you, but we actually really need you on the team. We need diversity of thought. We need your perspective. We need to make sure we are incorporating it with whatever solutions we're working on, whatever issues we're trying to resolve, so that we are successful at the end as a team, everyone together. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
It's a quick one for me, apart from the fact that I love that Mark's what's your moonshot? I would never forget that. So my what I would say to the audience as a wrap-up is, as I said earlier, please embrace your careers with a growth mindset. Can only keep getting better. Remember this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's the problem with going last. That's when you're on a panel of smart people. I would say everything they said, but with a twist of be hungry, be ambitious. I don't think anybody's actually going to care about your career more than you will. So if you don't have that hunger, I love the support I get at RBC, but I would say 50% of it is what I bring to the table, right? So be hungry. Like if you walk into a room, be honest about what you want to do.
Thank you. So thank you to our panelists for being with us today and for sharing your experiences with the audience. Thank you to everyone for staying with us this afternoon. We will not be taking questions now. However, there's a booth outside. Please come speak to us. Everyone will be at the booth. We're happy to answer your questions. We'll be happy to take the conversation further. Please look at our career page, look at our website, connect with us on LinkedIn. We want you, we need you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kiki. Thank you, panelists. A quick question for Geraldine and Rolla. You guys kept talking cybersecurity. If I'm a security guard, am I also in that cybersecurity space? No, like if I got my security job online. So it's not the same. Yeah, it's cybersecurity. I got it online. Applied, killed it, got the job. Come on, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our panelists once again. We gave this team 40 minutes. You guys finished in 38 minutes and some seconds. You are amazing. So much discipline, so much respect for time. They respect our time. Thank you. We appreciate you guys. However, I have a beef against you guys. Twice, I got to final interviews. Twice. I need Don to show me how to kill it. Twice. But again, forgive and forget, right? All right. Please make welcome MC Ronke. That shocks you.
Yeah, that really shocked me. Thank you very much for that well-rounded discussion, the RBC panel. It was really, really interesting because you guys really got me struck to every word that you were discussing. I was really interested. I thought I was going to lose focus after like 5-10 minutes and start thinking about, okay, what next? But honestly, all through, I was really, really engaged, and that's really nice.
They spiked your coffee.
That's why they're the Kool-Aid brand. Honestly, I buy Kool-Aid for my kids, and I find myself taking out of it. So if RBC says they're the Kool-Aid brand, then honestly, you'll really, really be stuck. So that's one of the very key word that I learned today. Like, okay, it's actually more than taking Kool-Aid, is having the experience and working with a team that are actually Kool-Aid. So I give it to you guys.
Let's put it together for them once again. And here I am. I took notes. I don't know about you guys, but I took notes. Great session.
Yes, absolutely great session. So right now we'll be going to the interlude section. So basically, well, on the program you have it for 5 minutes, but we will be taking that interlude session more than 5 minutes because honestly, a lot has been said on this podium today. So we want you to take a breather and reflect on what has been discussed, consume the information, and also you have the opportunity to quickly connect with the RBC group at the booths if you have questions or more inquiries on how to be part of the Kool-Aid family. And yes, we'll take it from there. So we've also been notified that the professor will not be able to take on the next speaking engagement that is meant to be. He did send a video, but we're trying to see how to project the video. While the team does that, we will have the interlude session.
All right, your time starts now.
Yeah, thank you.
7.458 minutes.
lose your mind. I think about you in the middle of the day, thinking how much I love you, and if everything's okay. Can't wait to hug you, squeeze you to die.
I wanted to give up. I'm done with all the things I'm going through. I'm trying to keep my head up. I try to win, but every time I lose. Should be getting better. I try, but I don't know what to do. Hope this ain't forever. I just wanna make a breakthrough, but something inside said never give up. All of these setbacks are major setups. If I keep on fighting, if I keep on trying, if I aim for the sky, one day things will go my way. One day things will go my way. One day things will go my way. I've gotta hang in there. Deep down I know one day things will change. I can't live in fear. I know I've got to push through the pain. I've gotta believe in myself. Yeah. If it's not me, then no one else will. But something inside said never give up. All of these setbacks are major setups. If I keep on fighting, if I keep on trying, if I aim for the sky, one day things will go my way. 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 Can't give in, can't give up. Today could be my day. Can't give in, can't give up. Everything can change. I won't give in, I won't give up. Today could be my day. I won't give in, I won't give up. One day things will go my way. 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 I can't see the light ahead yet, but I'm pacing myself, trusting the process of life. Everything goes and comes back round. Yeah, I'm riding the waves and feeling brave in the darkest of nights, the saddest of moments. I know, I'm still going somewhere. The wind is taking me to someplace new, and I'll keep my eyes open for the rainbow after the storm flees. The sun on my skin, it's a new beginning, and I'll keep my heart open through the highs and lows. I'm always exactly where I need to be. Leaning into my pain, not letting it define me. I've come a long way, no turning back now. Only I can save me and light my own way in the darkest of nights, the saddest of moments. I know I'm still going somewhere, the wind is taking me to someplace new, and I'll keep my eyes open for the rainbow. After the storm, feel the sun on my skin, it's a new beginning, and I'll keep my heart open through the highs and lows. I'm always creating a silver lining, owning all my healing for when I see the sun again. I've got sunshine on my horizon, taking my time to stop and listen to what my heart needs in this moment. Yeah, I've got sunshine on my horizon, and I'll keep my eyes open for the rainbow. After the storm, feel the sun on my skin, it's a new beginning, and I'll keep my heart open through the highs and lows. I'm always creating a silver lining, owning all my healing for when I see the sun again. I've got sunshine on my horizon, taking my time to stop and listen to what my heart needs in this moment. Yeah, I've got sunshine on my horizon. I've got sunshine on my horizon. I've got sunshine on my horizon.
Hello, everyone. We will be rounding up the interlude session in few minutes. Hello, everyone. We will be rounding off the interlude session in few minutes. Kindly make way back to the hall so that we can start the next segment of the program.
Feels like the whole world's against me. When I'm down, ain't nobody helping me. Feels like I'm at my limit mentally. I gotta make it, it's my destiny. I might not have the answers to it all, but one thing I know, I'll keep on trying, 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 trying. No matter how many times I fall, no matter how low I go, no matter how many times I lose, I'll pick myself up again. A loss won't stop my growth, the pain won't stop my show. I'll still give life my all, I'll pick myself up again. I'll pick myself up again. I'll pick myself up again. Sometimes I feel lost and don't know where to go. Sometimes I feel like I'm moving way too slow. Sometimes I wonder, is this worth it all? I got
Hello, everyone. The interlude session is over. Please, can we find our way back to the hall, please? Let's get seated for the next session, please.
Yeah.
So we just have 3 to use. So one will be for the moderator, one for the No, one will be for the panelists. Then we will have one because there's going to be Q&A session for this one. So Ayo for now, Mama.
All right. Can we begin to come? Hello. Okay, let's make our way inside. Let's settle in. Let's make our way inside.
The battery is low. They're low.
This one is
change it.
high. Is the volume high?
All right. If you are still outside, please make your way inside. The last person to come in is buying us lunch. Every one of us. I can send my Interact details, and we'll find a way of getting across to everybody. If your neighbor is still outside, please bring your neighbor in. If your partner, your friends, your colleagues are outside, please bring them in. Real one, please encourage them to come in. Thank you. In case lunch is delayed, it's those people outside. So as they come in, just behind them, be giving them that look like, yeah, the guy is delaying lunch, because lunch is right after the next session. So Tutu. All right. Let's make our way back to our seats.
So are you guys ready to? You guys will be projecting now.
Let's make our So you're going to introduce the next. All right, let's take our seats as we prepare to move into the next panel session. Back in high school, I would have been writing down the names of noisemakers. If you know what I mean, you would have been on that list. All
and
right.
people roaming about.
You know.
Okay, I think we have almost everybody seated in the hall now. We're moving on to the next segment, which is the second panel session. However, before we start that, I would want to reiterate the fact that Professor Unjibisi, the faculty lead Takedia Institute, will not be joining us today for this event. However, he has sent a very impactful video, which will be shared on the NIPCA YouTube page. We implore everyone to please watch the video on the YouTube page. It's very, very impactful. It's a 30-minute video. And also through that process, we believe that you'll be able to connect, network, and grow with NIPCA. So now we move on to the second panel session. The second panel session will be moderated by Adijat Akinshipe.
AKA IT Chick.
Whoa.
I have ears everywhere. Please take a seat right over here. Eyes and ears everywhere.
The topic for this session will be women in tech leadership. And I can say that our DJ really represents that. The personality, the presence, and the IT.
Chickness.
Exactly. So on to you, Taiwo.
All right. Thank you very much, Ronke. So for this session, we have 4 panelists. I have a sister here. Nkechi, you remember me? Because if you don't, I will just cry openly. All right. I have Nkechi Nwafo Robinson. Please, let's put our hands together for her as she takes a seat on the panel. Quickly followed by Phil. No, let my sister sit first. Pick your seats, any one you like. That one? All right.
Taiwo is such a famza.
No. I mean, even though I'm standing here, you can see her because I'm brief and very summarized. They can see you. Yeah, you know. All right. So I'd like to call on Felicia Lekon Salami. Felicia Lekon Salami. Is she in the building?
She is.
She is in the building somewhere. What's her nickname? IT Chicken? Just checking. Don't tell her I said that. All right. Felicia. While we're waiting for Felicia, I'll quickly call on Ola Ajayi Salako. Ola Ajayi Salako. Let's put our hands together for her as she joins us on the panel. Felicia, someone please help me look for Felicia Lekon Salami. She's not around? All right. And you guys said she's around. This is part of my performance appraisal. All right. Finally, I'd like to call to the panel session Mary Aino. Oh, she's right here. Let's put our hands together for Mary. If I knew it was you, I would have called you first. I mean, we were just sitting right there. All right. So our topic again is women in tech leadership.
Hello, everyone. All right, well, let's see. I'm going to try to make sure. Hold on, let me do something here. You know what? Let me sit in this one. There we go. Much better. Now I can see people. And then I can fams over here. Okay, as you guys can tell, we probably might not have much behavior up here, right? So I'm excited. Talked to her a few times with Nkechi once in a while. Actually, a lot because I bug her. And I'm going to try to call Mary. I'm used to calling her Kemi, so if I slip and I call her Kemi, it's because, I see her from outside. And I am excited. This is where we say there's power in community. Sometimes you meet people and you have conversations. We talked yesterday, and it's funny how the conversations we had, for people that had not met in person yet, it was simply a drawing experience. And I'm excited. I've worked in tech. My current role now is I co-lead the team that we do technology talent acquisition. And in our space, we see so many things, and it's exciting. We see journeys, and we see the amazing part. We see the not so amazing part sometimes, and we learn from it. And for today, we're not going to do so what was your journey like? We're not going to talk about our journeys. Our goal for today is that when you finish, after we leave here, is that we would have you, thank you. My phone would not unlock. But our goal here at the end of this conversation is to make sure you get some cheat codes. You see, cheat codes, what I mean by that is information that nobody really tells you, but they think you sort of kind of know. And then they expect you to sort of kind of know. So that's what I mean by cheat codes, in case anybody doesn't know. And our goal is to give you some cheat codes, and it'll cover the 3 E's. We want to make sure that there's exposure, give you the information on exposure. Exposure is important in leadership. We want to make sure you get information about the experience. So we will talk some parts of things that are parts of our journeys that is relevant, okay? And then the last part is the education part. No, we're not going to talk about all kinds of letters you need to have behind your name. It's not that type of party. But what we're going to talk about is the things we learned that educated us. You know how they say book smart is not street smart? Okay, book smart is not always corporate smart. So we're going to talk about the corporate smart type learning that we've seen. And truth is, every one of us on this stage, we failed. We've done some stuff like, yeah, probably shouldn't have done that, or we wish we knew. So that's the conversation we want to have today. And yes, if you don't know by now, we will be keeping it very real, okay? So with that said, I am going to go first. Nkechi, I think she wakes up at like 2:22 in the morning and has energy, okay? Those of you that follow her on LinkedIn, the woman's working out and I'm sitting there like, what's wrong with her? Like, why? So we'll start with Nkechi because we always know she's a ball of energy. What excites you about technology and or leadership?
So you're gonna ask me a first question and the word excitement is in it? Come on. So how's everyone doing? Oh, no. People in the back of the room. Oh, I can't. This static. Can we fix the static on the mic? Oh, it's bad. It's bad. Is it better? Yeah. See, my voice sounds so much better. No, seriously. People in the back of the room on the other side of the panel. How are you guys doing? Yeah? How about over there, back of the room? Yes? Okay. I'm asking that because here's the thing. Everywhere you are, you need to show up. You need to show up. So when I say, hey, how are you doing? Use that opportunity. This is your one life to get excited about it in the seat that you're in now. And I'll tell you why it's also really important before I get into the question, I promise, is that my desire to be here today is to change lives, is to empower. Empowered people empower people. And when you leave this experience, after we have poured into you, and the other panels have poured into you, and the keynotes have poured into you, there's no way you should walk out that door feeling the same at all. And so technology, the reason why it excites me is exactly for that reason. Every single day, it is evolving. And if I think about myself as a human being, I am constantly evolving. And so I start to ask myself, where am I in tech? What can I do next? And so for me right now, I realize that tech isn't absolutely everything. And we talked about this on the call. I had a really big identity in tech. And so what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to disengage myself from that identity. And the reason why is because it keeps me pigeonholed as I think about what's next. And it would have to be a role in tech, but it doesn't actually need to be. Tech is absolutely in everything. And so as an example, why I'm really excited right now is I literally have just become an angel investor. And so now I have this opportunity to invest in other great minds that are wanting to do things in tech to change the world. And most recently, a group of very powerful women put together $100,000, and we went to the Startup Fest in Montreal, and we gave a female-led woman, a female-led entrepreneur, the 100K prize for an initiative that she's doing in clean tech. And so there's so much opportunity in tech. And you don't necessarily need to be in tech. I heard Kiki say she's like a wannabe tech person. You don't necessarily need to be in tech to be involved in tech. There's so many different ways. So I'm truly excited because even just that has now opened me up to 15-year-old girls that are trying to change the world using tech. 10-year-old boys that are using TikTok in a way to change the world. And so get excited. Every single morning you wake up, there's something about your life to get excited about, and you can definitely find that in tech.
You see why I said she wakes up excited at 2:22 in the morning?
How do you beat that?
You go and you beat that.
So what Nkechi said is you show up. You have to show up. You have to be ready. Opportunity shows up at different places when you don't even know about. So you have to be ready that when that opportunity shows up, you're not trying to get ready. You're already ready, and you have that mindset. Tech is great. I've been in tech a long time, but like Nkechi said, tech is not all for me. I've learned different skill set. I've done strategy. I've done finance. I've done tech. I've done processes. I've done project management. I've done agile. So don't limit yourself to just tech. If you come from a project management level, you can do tech, you can do business, you can do anything. Put your mind and be open. They're transferable skills. Don't limit yourself. Oh, they're all doing Scrum Master, you're running that way. They're all doing BA, you're running that way. You can even find yourself. When you find yourself, you're best at what you do. And for me, leadership is mentoring someone. We have to help each other. I help someone today so they can help 5, 10 people. So those 10 people can help 50 people. It's not all about you. When you know something that is working and you find somebody that can do the same, you share, but we don't have to always flock in the same direction. Diversity is beautiful for a good reason. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mary.
So after everything you guys said, you still expect me to say something? I don't think so. So what excites me about technology and leadership is the change. You go in, the way we did things 5 years ago is not the same way we do things now. I mean, I started a new job on the onset of COVID. Like literally on the day of, I got a call, stay home, and I'm like, what? And getting in there and just seeing how things change just in that 3 to 6 months between March 2020 and July was just phenomenal, and seeing how technology played a huge role. For those of you who are working around that time and, for the banks, I think some other institutions, you will recall that you couldn't work during the day if you weren't considered essential. And in the back end, people like, in case you probably know this, we were trying to just create opportunities for everyone to be online at the same time, getting servers, being on calls with vendors, just trying to put things together. We had guys who were on the server floors, just, literally holding on to their life and just doing crazy things. And it's similar to everybody else in the background. You go into your bank on Monday, oh, I'm scared, and everything's working. But then those in the background, those who are on the forefront of making everything work, we know. And it's just exciting when everything works out and you go you go out there and you see how things are going and you're like, oh, my team did that. I know how that works, And that's what excites me about technology the most.
Absolutely. I'm going to touch on one thing. We made mention about, you need to stay ready for opportunities and all that. The summary for that I always say is, you need to stay ready. If you're not ready, you got to be ready. You got to stay ready for when things show up. You can't say, oh, I'll wait. No. If you're not ready when opportunities are going to tell you, I'm coming tomorrow. No, it doesn't happen that way. Opportunity shows up. And you might be in the elevator, you might be eating lunch, you might be at the gas station. Conversations happen really fast and fluid. So you have to stay ready. What do you want to do? That's going to lead us into our second thing. You know how I said each one of us has learned from our past? I'm going to ask, what has been a learning or a challenge that you've experienced or seen in your leadership journey? I'm going to start with Mary.
So thank you for that. So starting off in leadership, and I was at a session yesterday when we were learning about unconscious biases, and I had the opportunity to meet with 2 young kids who just became managers. And so that experience I just remembered like, oh, so many years ago. And one of the mistakes I think I had starting off was never asking for help. When you get there, everyone expects you to know. And you just go in and you're like, oh yeah, it's day one, I should know everything. And you just go in and you're just, when you make a mistake, you're not the first to put your hand up to say, I'm not sure I'm doing it right. Is this how it should be done? We're not reaching out and talking to people and just, getting that community because we figure, oh, I made it here, I should know what I'm doing. And that's just, and of course, after making many mistakes and having to just claw your way back and just fixing problems you caused, I did learn that lesson, and I'm teaching everyone about it. Someone here will be a testament to that.
For me, in my journey on getting to leadership, I thought in the beginning you had to work just hard, and working hard got you promotion. It doesn't. You have to network, and that was something I didn't learn quickly. But when I learned it, I started to teach it. You have to network. People have to remember you for something. When it's time for promotion, people's name come up because they've networked, because they've done something more than the job they're doing. We're all getting paid for the job we're doing, so what are you doing differently? What are you bringing to the table? How are you showing up? We grew up not blowing our own trumpet. Blow your trumpet. If you can't blow your trumpet, nobody's going to blow it for you. You have to blow your
Amen.
trumpet. Blow your trumpet. Blow it. Blow your own trumpet. Have a sponsor, because when they talk about promotion, when they talk about who's next, it's because they know you. Go to lunch, go to dinner, go to things. I mean, I know we have family. So like I said, if I've known this earlier in my career, maybe I won't be where I am, but I thank God for where I am, because at that time, when I started to learn this, my kids were more important than trying to go to meetings. But if you're young in your career, I teach young people, grow and get to the title you want to be before you're 40, before you're married. You can do it, but you do it through networking, you do it through talking to people. Share your ideas, you never know where it's going to take you. So that's what I learned.
That was awesome. Come on, clap them up. So I have 3 quick things. Of course, I have over 26 years of experience, so I have to have at least 3. So the first one I'm going to share is know who you are. Right? Biggest challenge I had was I didn't actually know who I was. I did the hard work. I got promoted. I became an executive really at a really young age. And then just, culturally, my biggest challenge at the time was, respect your elders. I'm sitting at the table as the youngest person. It's funny, my previous general manager, I guess would be CIO kind of role, sent me a picture, and it was like dates back to like probably 1998, and I look so young. And if I show you this picture, it's on my phone, everyone around me is like these older white people, like white hair people. And I was an executive at that time, and I realized that my biggest challenge as I look at that picture is like, wow, it was the cultural, that I had to sort of get out of, like that cultural belief system that lived inside of me. And I give you a permission to be unapologetic about deconstructing that. There's some things culturally that we have to let go of in order to be able to truly, fully be ourselves and have a seat at the table that you feel completely, like when you're sitting in a seat, both your bum cheeks should be on that seat, both feet planted on the floor, and that is grounding you in who you are. You need to stop sitting at the table like this with one foot off the floor, or like this with one foot off the floor. You need to put both feet on there and recognize that every single piece of you is in that chair and it matters in that room. So that's number 1, know yourself. And if you don't know who that is yet, start. And the best way to start is watch who you are when the worst shows up, okay? And start to take notes. Number 2, storytelling. It is so vital. Right now, as I think about what I want to do next, guess what? It is the stories that I'm able to tell about the outcomes and the achievements that I've had over the years. And now as I sit here 26 years later thinking about some of the great things that I achieved as when I ran the data center of operations at Rogers Communications, I realized that I didn't have an achievement board back then. I had a vision board, but not an achievement board. We need to write our achievements down every single day. And don't write the ones that are just big stars, bright lights, big things. It's the little minute things that you do each and every single day that create this big person, this big, personality, this big experience that you're gonna use and sit in your chair. So don't miss the little things. Write them down every single day. Keep a diary. It is so important. Trust me, I'm sharing that from experience. And number three, I agree about networking. I'm gonna give you networking 2.0. Super connector. As I look going to another organization or a next role or just selling myself, it's not just the salary. When they ask you have to be bold enough to say, not only are you gonna pay me my salary, but you're gonna pay for my brand and you're gonna pay for my network because I am a super connector. You being connected to me connects you to a bunch of great people that I know because great people introduce great people to great people. So you want to be more than just someone who does networking really well. You want to know that your network has equity and that you can connect people to people. So your network is not about you. When you can make your network about wanting to help him get to his next role simply because you know her and she's recruiting, that's the position that you want to be in because that is what people want in the room.
Absolutely, and thank you so much. I love this. Now, you mentioned that you should write I love that you said that. I need you to get out of my head. But I have something that I call the brag book, okay? We generally do not talk about ourselves. I have no shame. I will talk about myself in a heartbeat because if I don't, nobody else will. Nobody knows me like me. I love my mom. She has no idea the things I know and the things I don't know, right? But she will brag about me because, my mother is a proper Nigerian mom. And for those of you in the room that are Nigerian moms, look, they are happy to show up. So I make sure I have a brag book. And there are a couple of reasons why you want to have a brag book. On the days that you are going to have a hard day and you're going to struggle, and they will come, you can go back to that brag book and you look at it like, you know what, I am the bomb. I did this. I made that person smile. It could be a small thing. My coworker was having a rough day and I gave her a hug and her face lit up. It could be something as small as that. Put it in your brag book. You solved a problem at work. You learned a new skill. Somebody complimented you on something you know. Guess what? Everybody sitting here has something that is a talent that everybody else doesn't have. You don't always have to be the same. So that brag book is important. And then brag book can help you with your coins. Let me tell you how. When you're going for your performance review at the end of the year or at mid-year, you will never remember everything you did the entire year. I don't care how good a memory you have. But if you've written it in the brag book, guess what? When you're going to that meeting with your boss, hold on. I did this. I saved the company with this money. I did this project. When Don had a new thing going on in digital, I did this, I did that. You have all these things listed. At that point, the manager might have totally forgotten, like, whoa, yeah, ooh. I was going to say this person was just doing okay. They're actually exceptional. I might need to rethink this. You just got yourself extra coins, extra bonus, extra bragging rights, because I will brag. At the end of the day, you are going to be responsible for that. And this is something we were not told. When I graduated Humber College, nobody told us nothing. It was work hard and be seen and rewarded. That's a lie. Working hard, yes, you do need to work hard. If you don't work hard, they'll put you out, okay? So let's put that to the side. But you do need to make sure you work smart and you lift your head up. The fact that you're doing a job very well, I get this a lot from when I go to events. I've been a BA for 6 years and I didn't get promoted to the manager role. I'm like, okay, amazing, great you've been doing it. They owe you your salary for doing your BA job. What have you been doing that makes them see you as a manager? Have you stepped outside of your comfort zone? Have you solved problems? What have you been doing? Why should they entrust you with something bigger in the space you're in? Do you lift your head up from your job? You work, you close. You work, you close. You don't even know the stakeholders on the other side. Okay? Nobody knows your name to speak it in a room. When you show up in a room, does everybody know who you are? Those are the questions that many of us didn't learn, and that's what I said, is those cheat codes that they don't tell us about. So we're going to go to this next one. Oh, this one I really like. Let's talk about the myth of what corporate leadership looks like. I'm going to start. First of all, I have Converse shoes on. I don't have the typical, let's have the skirt and the black suit and all of that. No, I have braids on. We speak, we talk. I have an accent. It's like 5 different ones, but this is me, right? Because let's just be honest. I have like 5 accents mixed together. I don't know what my accent sounds like anymore. Now, Nkechi, first time I met Nkechi, I didn't even know I didn't even meet her and know she was, you know, a tech exec. I was like, I like the fact that she has a mohawk. That's how I met her, okay? Then I found out okay, now this works. But there's a myth around what you're supposed to behave like. I'm not saying go out there and act like you have no sense. That's not what I'm saying. Before you say, Adisha said, no, I didn't. But we're going to talk about that myth of what leadership has to look like. We're going to talk about that one. So I'm going to break it. Nkechi's not the first one this time. We're going to have Ms. Ola go next.
So the main, like she said, is, you know, you dress up, you do this. That's not it. To get into leadership, you have to actually plan yourself. You don't just get into leadership. Like, it doesn't just happen. Do you see those opportunities that shows up? You know, when you're working on a project and you feel like something is not going well, do you step up to say, and I coach my team, when you come to me with a problem, you better have a recommendation. That doesn't mean I'm going to take your recommendation. We can agree to disagree or disagree to agree. But it gives you another level that you're not just complaining, but you've thought about it, and you've thought about a solution that could work. If the solution doesn't work, they will give you reasons why it won't work, but it takes you to a different level. A lot of people complain. We can all complain. I can complain. I wake up in the morning and I complain. I don't want to go to work. I don't want to drive. Okay, but I still have to drive. But now, I woke up maybe 30 minutes late. I have an option on getting on 407. I have an option of showing up late. So we have options. You don't have a problem and not think about 2, 3 options. You have a plan A, you have a plan Z. If B doesn't work, you go to C, you don't get discouraged. And for me, work is work. I didn't get that in the beginning. When it's work, you do work, and you have your plans. When it's family, you have family. You have to separate it. Because sometimes you get so engrossed in your work, and because you're so engrossed, you're not even thinking about how you can get better or what better things you can do. So as a leader, that's one thing first. You have to always think outside the box. You have to always have a recommendation coming through. But if you're always following, how do you lead? So I'll give you an example. We had a project, this was back in Atlanta. We went to help a community to paint. And I wasn't a manager or anything, but I was in the financial sector as a financial analyst. But when we do the financial reporting, I always say, okay, are you guys done? Can we roll it up? Can we look at the numbers before we go to our manager? So I get into this painting stuff, and I'm telling people what to do. Can we do it this way? And the girl went to my manager and said, is she a supervisor? She's like, no, but, oh, she acts like a leader. So not even at work. This is at a community event. So you show up. You don't want to say, okay, can you pick up this pen? They're always telling you what to do. What are you telling people to do? Even if you're not a leader, act like one. I tell my kids, you don't want to ask me. Why don't you want to ask me? Because I'm going to say no. So you've just lost 100%. Ask me. It's a 50-50% chance. It's a yes or no. But if you never ask for, what's the next thing can I do? What can I do for you? You go to your boss. Let me tell you something. I read a book that changed my life. You cannot win a fight with your boss. Your boss is your first advocate. I don't like the word boss. I tell my kids and my colleagues at work, I'm not a manager, I'm a leader. I lead people. So when you're thinking about this stuff, that's how you act. But if you're always told what to do, then nobody's going to see you as a leader. So it's not about what you, oh, I'm so sorry, I thought this was off. It's not about what you wear. You can dress up all you want. You can suit up all you want. If I'm always directing you to do this and I give you a task and you come back and say, I'm done, and you need to see any other thing you could have done that I didn't tell you, then how does that show me that you want to lead somebody? I go into meetings. I don't like people that say yes to me. I go into meetings because I'll say, oh, let's go in direction B, when I know direction B is off. You better all tell me direction B is off, or you've all just failed that day. So if we're all going in the same direction, we're not going to get anywhere. That's why we're diverse. That's why you have young, old, you have everybody in the room. You talk about it. But always make sure you're ready to give a suggestion. When you see something not going well, automate processes. What can we do better? Efficiency saves company money. Automating stuff saves company money. If you're able to save half of your own salary, then you're able to go to the table and ask, last year I saved you this much. Don't always take the first offer. Sorry, recruitment. Bargain. So that's how you show up. And in interviews and these are the characters they look for. They ask you to give you an example. In your example, you haven't showed how you've left, how you've given recommendation, how you lead. So we can suit up, we can have tie, and somebody can show up and they haven't combed their hair. And I love them because they've shown leadership. It's the norm about how you show up. It's not only in your dressing, it's in your brain. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mary.
I think you've said every good anything to that around some of the meats I got going into leadership is we're not always looking the part. You go into a meeting. I've been in sessions. I just recalled where I sat there and all the executives came in and someone had the cojones to come to me and say, "What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting. What do you mean?" I didn't fit the pad. I wasn't, an older gentleman just sitting there. But, and usually when I go into a meeting, I find the middle and I sit there because I like that part because it makes it easier for you to look around. And when you're talking, you can make that eye contact and just make sure that, it's an opportunity for you to sort of get yourself noticed. So, I never look the part. I've never tried to. I don't intend to. But, those are some of the things that sort of started there. But just because you don't look the part doesn't mean you can't play the part. And that's very important. And I think a lot of things you talked about was if you see a problem, solve it. Or bring it to the table and say, I found this. And that's what I look for. I've had meetings with my directs where I'm like, okay, there's a problem. That's fantastic. I'm glad you picked it out. What are you going to do about it? Because at the end of the day, when you look at all the the evaluation and everything we do, it's based on what have you delivered today. Your delivery does affect ultimately, everyone up the chain. So if everyone is supposed to do and they can do it better, then of course you're not even doing your job anymore. You're doing less than your job. Because, first year you go in, you're doing exactly what you're expected to. The next year is supposed to top that and just keep going and going and going. Even if you want to stay as a BA for the rest of your life, it's not a bad thing. And that's something that we're learning, that you can enjoy what you do and stay there for 10, 15, 20 years. But every time you go, always ask yourself, what can I do better? And when you look at the athletes, and we take a lot of examples from them, is they're always trying to top their best numbers. And that's what we should always also sort of aim for as employees, as leaders, as people aspiring to get to leadership. So yeah, thank you.
I will say that thank you so much.
Am I not going to answer the question?
I was going to say this. I'm going to put you on the next question.
Oh, I have to answer this question.
Okay.
I have to. I'm boxing up on it.
Okay, well, we'll take up the next one then.
Yeah.
Because it's like,
Take me out of
he's
this
already
one.
warned me that I have 8 minutes left.
You take me out of the next one, okay?
All right.
First of all, who in this room is the leader? Put your hand up. Yeah?
Everybody's hand should be up.
This room has a first name. Please put your hand up. I'm seriously. Who here has a first name? A first name. First name. Keep your hand up. Keep your hand up. I'm going to say something that's a little bit different. Everyone that has a first name, you are a leader. From here on forth, you lead from your name. You make your name great. It is not a title that makes you a leader. And that is first and foremost. When I learned that I'm not an employee, it was the day that my life changed. When I walked into my organization, same organization I walked into the day before as an employee, The next day, I recognized that God gave me purpose. He told me to make my name great and to lead from my name. And I walked into my organization deployed there. You're deployed wherever you stand. You lead from whatever gifts and talents you have from within you. It is not about what you look like. It's not about whatever credentials you have. It is about the greatness that lives inside of you. Do not change a title. Share your gift. That's the difference. Do not chase a title. You share your gift. When you're in a room, it doesn't matter if you're the most junior person in that room. Lead. Lead from your own gift. I totally respect everything that was said here because that is some truths, and I hope everyone took notes. But do not wait until you get a title. Because let me tell you something, the minute I get rid of my title and I'm standing in a line or I walk in somewhere and it's red carpet this and red carpet that, the minute I change my role and maybe I choose to become an entrepreneur and I walk into that same room, it is never going to be about the title. It always has to be about me. And if on that day, if you haven't listened to this thing called All I Ever Deserved Was a Styrofoam Cup, you can go and Google that. It's the most powerful story about personal leadership that I've ever heard. Our deepest fear is not that we're inadequate, and I'm just sharing this for a moment. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Everyone here is a leader. And that is from a book called A Return to Love. And I share it because it was that book that changed my life, that made me realize that I'm deployed into every single room for purpose. Okay, so lead from self. That is first and foremost. And after that, everyone else is going to follow.
I love that. So there were a couple of questions and things in here, but one of the things that I wanted us to make sure we covered is that in our space, as we do, I love that we talked about who's a leader and all that. Leading is something that everybody thinks that when you're leading, you're the one in front leading. A lot of times you're leading from behind. You're leading because you are empowering people to do stuff. You're leading because you're in a space where you're helping get other people to be amazing. If you're leading and you're the only one that's killing it on your team, you are not leading nothing. Don't let anybody lie to you. When you are leading and the people that you are working with, I call them my teammates. When your teammates are doing amazing things, as a leader, you're actually sitting in the back and you're cheering. You are the loudest voice in the room when it comes to cheering and providing that guidance for people around you. So if you're thinking that you have to get a title before you start leading from where you are. I can tell you from a personal standpoint, I was leading from when I was a recruiter. It wasn't when I got a manager title. It certainly wasn't when I got a director title. But you have to figure out, is there a problem you can solve? When you are the one that is figuring out a problem and the solution to the problem, it doesn't have to be right. Stop thinking it has to be perfect. If you don't remember it, it doesn't have to be perfect to be right. And we're all guilty of this. I had two questions here that are amazing, and I think they both tie into each other. Understanding the challenges of gender disparity. Have you had a boss that did not like working with women, and how did you navigate that? And the other one was, are there challenges bringing women into technology? And we don't have a whole lot, we can talk about this all day long. Okay, we got stories. I can guarantee if I ask each and every one of these women here, they have stories about different things, about the challenges and things we've gone through. We'll be here till 5 o'clock. But I think the summary that I would put for this is there are going to be challenges. We're not going to gloss over that. But what you do is, how do you learn from it? How do you grow from it? Are you going to sit in the corner and pout? Okay? Are you going to find a way to make sure that you get to where you need to go? It's important that we do that. I think that's the biggest thing. Yes, you're going to meet people, my kids call them the haters. You're going to meet the people that are not necessarily aiding your journey, and that's normal. When you want to go somewhere, they say most people here drive. Oh, the 401 is closed, and you want to get to Scarborough from Mississauga. What do? You find a different route. Simple. You come off the 401, and you take the streets. Your journey may be longer, it may be different. So just because you have somebody that does not empower you or encourage you does not mean that there's no other routes. The There's grace in understanding that, okay? Now, I was going to say this. Many of us didn't have information when we were starting out this journey. What's a major cheat code you wish you knew early in your career or as you started this leadership journey? Just one item only. If you had anything that you wish you knew, for me, I wish I knew to open my mouth and speak my truth. I wish I knew that. I didn't learn that until much later. That's mine. Mary, let's go with you.
The one thing I learned is there are no bad questions. I still ask questions. I ask questions. I asked the question on Friday, and everyone just rolled their eyes, and I said, that's great. And then as we looked at the question, we found out that no one had the answer. So now it's a task for everybody next week. So there are no wrong questions. If you have the questions because you don't know, and you're, feel free to ask, because, those who ask questions don't get lost. Yes, and don't say that old thing about stupid questions. There are no stupid questions. Yes.
For me, is to have somebody that's cheerleading. You have to have a sponsor or a mentor. And I didn't have that in the beginning. And one thing is you have to have someone that can critique you and tell you how you can be better. Don't hang around people that just say it's all good. We're not perfect, so it can't be all good. You have somebody that can challenge you, that can tell you this is what you need to do. So I'll give you an example. I just switched my role, and before I did, I was like, I don't know if I'm supposed to do this, because I was doing well at my company. And this company reached out from a connection and a connection. You can hear me? Oh, okay. From a connection to a connection. And I called my mentor, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to do this. Oh, my sponsor, whatever. I was like, I don't know. She was like, Ola, go for it. It's a startup company. You have everything else on your resume. Do this startup. You'll be great at it. And she told me the reasons why. If I didn't have a mentor, I could have still stayed back. I might choose it. But when you have somebody that have more experience than you and can coach you, you can't go wrong. They will critique you when you need to. When I'm down, I call her. She's like, Ola, it's not personal. Just do it this way. Do it that way. You have to have someone that can mentor you.
And I'll keep it short because I've already been scolded. I'm just going to say this. There's absolutely nothing imposter about you. I wish I had known that at the beginning of my career. There's absolutely nothing imposter about you. We often think about the imposter syndrome, that we're in a room that we shouldn't be in because we don't have the skill set. And I'm just letting everyone know that there's absolutely not. You are in a learning space. And anytime you feel that way, just ask a question. There's something in that space that you just need to understand a little bit better.
Thank you. I think one thing that's important for us to remember, there are so many nuggets and all that. If I were to say something to anyone to remember for today is, no matter whether you're starting out, you're in the middle, everybody's telling you you're awesome. I got checked this week. I'm not going to point her out in this room, but she's in this room. I got checked this week by somebody that says, wait, you committed to a certain timeline and you didn't deliver that item. It was something on a personal note. And I was like, yeah, what had happened was. But I make sure at all points there are people that want me to succeed but will check me. They check you in love, not that they're not mean or anything. But at each level you get to, you need to have people there that want you to be better. But when you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, they will call you to the side. My Yoruba people will say, what's wrong with you? And our mothers and our friends, remember back when you're in school, your mother and your parents and the elders in the area, not just people in the neighborhood, you're misbehaving outside, they will check you. It follows you through in your career. You do need to have people that would ask you, okay, what's wrong? Why are you late? Do you need help? If you're taking a piss, then they call you out on it. You have to have that. If you are surrounded by yes people, you're not going to make it. You can't lead. If you're leading your team and your team is agreeing with everything you're saying, you are not a leader. They are scared of you. Okay? Your team needs to be able to tell you, Adija, I don't know about that one. Your team should be okay to say that. Do you create safe spaces as a leader? That's important. I should be able to go to somebody and say, I can go to my boss and my boss's boss and say, this is not quite working and here's why. And then we figure it out. But there has to be that safe space to have that conversation. That's something that a lot of us as immigrants feel, I should just come in and do my job and go home. I shouldn't say anything. No, speak up. Closed mouths do not get fed. Okay? If you close your mouth, how are you eating? Of course, you can do IV and whatever. That's not food. But closed mouths don't get fed. If there's anything, as far as I'm concerned from today, closed mouths don't get fed. You need to speak up. All right?
And as she was speaking, this came to mind. Please don't be scared. Don't be scared to fail. Just fail fast. Seriously, do not be scared to fail. Because sometimes because you're scared, you don't bring out your potential. But fail fast.
Talking about failing, I was going to encourage you. For those of you that are on LinkedIn, there are a couple of episodes of things that I do that's called, it's a Working Wednesday. There's actually one there about failing fast and failing forward. And I talked about how I failed. And I'm very open about, if I fail, I'm talking about it. If I do something good, I'm talking about it. Because too many times we gloss over all the nice things. We don't talk about, how you need to cry in the shower when things aren't working right, okay? People don't talk about that. So please, it's okay to fail. It's okay to ask. Nobody has passed away from somebody saying, no, you can't move that. You'll be fine. So please, closed mouths do not get fed.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for these amazing ladies. Until they get to their seats, let's keep clapping for them. Let's keep clapping for them. That's an amazing session. Now we have the energy we need for the future. We have the energy we need for our next steps. And most importantly, we have the energy we need for lunch. So where's Adijat?
Well, I think she's
owing me 2.5. No, I had 3 of her accents, so she's owing me 2. Yeah. Someone should let her know she's owing me 2 accents. She said she's got 5, and I had 3. So she's owing me 2. All right.
Wow, very, very fantastic session. I really enjoyed every moment of it, and it's such a beautiful time being a woman right now. I feel so proud seeing women like me on the podium and, just breaking barriers. I didn't realize that wasn't enough. So I was saying, I said, I feel so proud seeing women like me breaking barriers, demystifying the myths, and, just pumping us with energy that we can do it. We can have it all. We can be perfect wives, perfect moms, and, just perfect and owning the career space. So please give it up for the women, the leaders that just, finished now. And thank you so much for all the cheat codes that have been shared. I bet a lot of women, not just women, a lot of people know that but didn't have the strength to actually explore those parts. But, speaking up, exercising who they are, transferring their skills in very uncommon ways and uncommon, terrains and all that. But you've been able to say that. So, well, just before I get into my own rambles about how, inspiring that session was, it's time for lunch. And we would like to do it in an orderly way. So we will, first of all, have the speakers and panelists go out for lunch. You will see the ushers in blue, and they will direct you to where you would have lunch, and followed by the next set of people that will be announcing here.
Yes, so virtue has flown out of our panelists and speakers, so we need to refill them for the journey ahead. So we'd like you guys to go first. So we'll take all of you guys, you go first, then everybody here can follow, and then we'll go in and... Can you hear me? No. All right, so I was saying that we'll take our speakers first, because we don't have so much space to line up on the corridors. So we let our speakers go first. In fact, everyone on this side, the front right-hand corner, can go first for lunch. We would have music. We can eat, we can network and meet ourselves, and then we will take the next set of people at the back, just so that we don't crowd, the corridors. Guys, I'm talking to you guys. It's time for lunch. Let's go and enjoy the food. This is 4 points. Come on. All right. So,
One, two, ladies and gentlemen. Two, one, two. One, two.
all right. So we'll make lunch snappy. We only have 45 minutes. Let's be mindful of time. Thank you.
I can't see the light ahead yet, but I'm pacing myself, trusting the process of life. Everything goes and comes back round. Yeah, I'm riding the waves and feeling brave in the darkest of nights, the saddest of moments. I know, I'm still going somewhere. The wind is taking me to someplace new, and I'll keep my eyes open for the rainbow after the storm flees. The sun on my skin, it's a new beginning, and I'll keep my heart open through the highs and lows. I'm always creating my silver lining, owning all my healing for when I see the sun again. I'm exactly where I need to be, leaning into my pain, not letting it define me. I've come a long way, no turning back now. Only I can safely and light my own way in the darkest of nights, the saddest of moments. I know I'm still
One,
going
two,
somewhere.
ladies.
It's taking me to someplace new, and I'll keep my eyes open for the rainbow after the storm feel the sun on my skin. It's a new beginning, and I'll keep my heart open through the highs and lows. I'm always creating my silver lining, owning all my healing for when I see the sun again. words against me. When I'm down, ain't nobody helping me. Feels like I'm at my limit mentally. I gotta make it, it's my destiny.
2022 Summit.
I might not have the answers to it all, but one thing I know, I'll keep on trying, 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 trying. No matter how many times I fall, no matter how low I go, no matter how many times I lose, I'll pick myself up again. A loss won't stop my growth, the pain won't stop my show. I'll still give life my all, I'll pick myself up again. I'll pick myself up again. I'll pick myself up again. Sometimes I feel lost and don't know where to go. Sometimes I feel like I'm moving way too slow. Sometimes I wonder, is this worth it all? I gotta make it, I know destiny calls. I might not have the answers to it all, but one thing I know, I'll keep on trying, 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 trying.
One, two. Ladies and gentlemen,
No matter how low I go, no matter how many times I lose,
mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2.
a loss won't stop my growth, the pain won't stop my show. I'll still give life my all.
Evolve 2022 Summit. Stay tuned.
Slowly making my way each day, finding joy in every small moment. Don't know where I'll go. All I really know is I am living true to me, even when no one else understands. I'll keep dreaming, keep on growing, turn my darkness into sunshine. I'll keep learning, keep on listening to my heart, 'cause good things take time. Yeah, good things take time. I'm creating my own journey. I am focusing on my own path, taking chances, never looking back. Even in my fear, I keep walking through. sunshine. I'll keep learning, keep on listening to my heart, 'cause good things take time. Yeah, good things take time. I'm creating my own I'll keep dreaming, keep on growing, turn my darkness into sunshine. I'll keep learning, keep on listening to my heart, 'cause good things take time. Yeah, good things take time. Never gonna be a perfect time, never gonna be feeling just right. Can't let this moment pass me by. Never know when my world will change, never know when I'll get this chance again. Won't let this moment pass me by. I don't know how this story goes yet. I'm gonna trust, I'm gonna embrace all the uncertainty I will face. I'm gonna let go, not be afraid. Everything will fall right into place. I believe, I've got faith that anything is possible. I'm gonna trust, I'm gonna embrace all the uncertainty I will face. Oh yeah. Oh. Never wanna waste worrying about anything that I can't change myself. Enjoy every step of the way. I gotta choose who I want to be, and let every day teach me I'm growing into every step on the way. I don't know how this story goes yet. I'm gonna trust, I'm gonna embrace all the uncertainty I will face. I'm gonna let go, not be afraid. Everything will fall Sometimes I feel low. If I keep hoping I hold on, I know the sunshine is on its way. No, it won't rain forever. No, no, I know the sun will come out. The weather will get better. Yeah, yeah, I know the sun will come out. Another day, another storm that's in my view. These hurricanes are so hard to get through. I still feel low. I still feel cold. I still keep hope if I hold on. I know the sunshine is on its way. No, it won't rain forever. No, no, I know the sun will come out. The weather will get better. Yeah, yeah, I know the sun will come out. It won't rain forever. It won't always be gray. It won't be cold forever. Sunshine's on its way. It won't storm forever. 'Cause I know things will change. It won't snow forever. Sunshine's on its way, its way, its way. No, it won't rain forever. No, no, I know the sun will come out. The weather will get better. Yeah, yeah, I know the sun will come out. No, it won't rain forever. No, no, I know the sun will come out. The weather will get better. Yeah, yeah, I know the sun will come out. I'm starting to believe that if I have a fire, I can find my way, lit by my desire. If I'm feeling low, with my head in my hand, I know I'm not alone. I find my will to stand where I am. Feel it all around me. My will to begin again is finally found me. Paralyzed by circumstance and things I can't control. When I hit my power over, I forget that I am whole. Searching for some validation in places I regret. When I hit my power over to the world, I forget. I forget. I forget just who I am. If I'm burning out, I'll go out like the sun, a light for all to see. Proud of who I've become on my own. Feel it all around me, the change deep within. See it has found me. Paralyzed by circumstance and things I can't control. When I hit my power over, I forget that I am whole. dark, in the rain, only focused on my pain. Would I give for a place to call my own? But with clouds overhead, hard to see a single shred of the light to remind me I'm home. You'll never know if you never try. Don't you dare give up. Don't you waste your life. Don't give your time away to regret, because you chose fear instead. And I see all I can be
my chances out to risk them all. Spirits I can see protecting me, no matter the my spirits will follow if I'm down or need some company wherever I go. My spirits will follow. To my left and my right, they're looking out for me. I feel it on the inside. They set me free. Spirits I can see protecting me, no matter the my spirits will follow if I'm down or need some company wherever I go. My spirits will follow.
I've been low, I've been tired, I've been so far down on my knees, all alone, no one else around. It's so hard keeping on when you've lost your way, but I believe in a new day. I will reach my dreams, I just have to dig deep. There is nothing for me that's impossible. I will not give in, I'm determined to win. There's nothing I can think that's impossible. I'm turning over stones, becoming someone new. Who I am is so much more than what I have been through. Each moment is a gift. If you look inside your mind, you will see in the dark there always is a light. Look at the stars around you, how they shine within the night. You're just the same, a candle burning bright. Even when you're trapped in the darkness and nothing feels alright, it's still a flame, your candle burning bright. I think that I have had my hands tied round my back for too long. I can do it if I dream it. Mind over matter is magic if you believe it. I'm learning every day to love the path I'm on. Every evening brings with it the glimmer of the dawn. And in my blackest hour, I'm hanging on to hope. There's nothing that I can do, nowhere that I can go. Look at the stars around you, how they shine within the night. You're just the same, a candle burning bright. Even when you're trapped in the darkness and nothing feels alright, it's still a flame, your candle burning bright. I think I stood exactly where you stayed, feeling stuck like I can't let go of who I've been, hiding in the shadows, terrified to try all again, forgetting that the only time you feel is the time you give in. Don't you dare surrender even when you're lonely, you stay. Hey, get back up, always remember growth can require pain. Oh, pain, your eyes step into the magic you possess. When you're brighter, be brave enough to stand up and stand. You are not alone. Only you decide how far you go. Yeah, only you decide how far you go. I was down, I was out, I was feeling so low. I'm trying to stay on top of things. I was all on my own with nowhere to go. It's so hard to find my way. But no matter what, I'll pick myself up. I have to dig deep, get back on my feet. I will reach my dreams. I know it's not easy. There's so much more in me. Impossible is nothing. I still have hope. I still have hope. I can lose it all, but they can't take this from me. I try and I try, but I keep on losing. Sometimes it hurts so bad. I cry and I cry, but I keep on moving. I know there's light at the end of the tunnel, yeah. But no matter what, I'll pick myself up. I have to dig deep, get back on my feet. I will reach my dreams. I know it's not easy. There's so much more in me. Impossible is nothing. I still have hope. I still have hope. I can lose it all, but they can't take this from
sugar cane sweet, but your love is sweeter. So below juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Yeah, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Yeah, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Yeah, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Yeah, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Man, join your team now, girl, don't talk. Like a thief in a night long job. But you know say, all of my niggas them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. I'm trying to do now, I don't know. Taking it a break, I me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch every book, I miss every dummy.
Show me a jigger, let me see. Let me see, and let me see the woman that is with. Put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. What's on your wrist? Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do some kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just tryna get laid, cause I know some kind chicks do it for the right pay. Baby, make I fire you with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girl, make I sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come back up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come back up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come back up. Man, them so far to find your love.
I'm giving you love, oh. Now you the catching my shot, oh. For your sake, I go touch you. Yeah. We go drive around if I'm my Porsche. Baby, pana, they say you like you all. I got you all. Baby, pana, anywhere let's go. I can follow you to go. Baby, pana, they say you like cassava. I got to big cassava. Baby, pana, my love for you will never die. Will never die. If I ever, oh baby, if I ever. Baby, you too sweet, if I ever. My baby dance to the lagwaja. Make a take you to Babalada. If I ever, oh baby, if I ever. Baby, you too sweet, if I ever. My baby dance to the lagwaja. Oh, make a take you to Babalada. So love is a beautiful thing. Can you they cool my temper? Love is a wonderful tender feeling. You they give me ginger. So baby, dance it, dance it, dance. Everything in your eyes, they give me life. I could give the love the thanks. So what you say, what you say, yeah, so we say get the power, get the power, get the power, come on, get the power, get the power, get the power. See that day we get shy, that day we get shy. See that day we get mania, that day we get mania. See 1960, yeah. That day we get shy. See 1930, no. That day we get shy. We don't do skeleton. You don't do your body skeleton. I don't do you do one follow me. So tell me she met a kulani, but the bar show they do, you they do kulani. So water, that the pussy carter. Every girl you know, say, what's up at the party? If you want to do, then we got the party. Every girl you know, you can never be a part of us. We do skeleton. You don't do your body skeleton. You don't do baby, can't you remember baby? What I feel in my heart is true. What you see in my eyes, boo, is your boo. Totally, baby, I'm ready for you. In the head of my heart and body, baby, girl, I wanna dance for you, yeah. I wanna dance for you, baby. And I I know you're gonna dance on me, yeah, dance on me, baby. See the love is very strong, oh, yeah, very strong, oh, we are very strong, oh, we are very strong, oh, Diana, oh, Diana, oh, I wanna take you away, Diana, oh, my baby, oh, yeah, me and you come around, Diana, oh, my love, oh, Diana, I wanna take you away, Diana, oh, Diana, oh, Diana, baby, girl, you go down.
All right.
Whenever you come around,
Let's begin to settle down. Let's come in and settle down.
we can never let you down. If the fire catapult, you don't take me to court. So we don't care, baby girl, I'm ready. Hey, baby girl, I'm ready. I say I must to run your race. Yeah, that's your drum and bass. Yeah, my love is up to date. Yeah, baby girl, I wanna dance for you. Yeah, I wanna dance for you, baby. I know you're gonna dance for me.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. All right.
What I feel in my heart is true.
All right.
Okay.
1, 2.
Hello. All right, let's begin to come in and settle down so we can jump right into the last half of the program. If you're standing, you're not obedient. All right, let's come in. If you're still outside, please make your way into the auditorium. Real one.
Hello. Please can we have everyone back in the hall?
Right, we are kicking off the program again. So let's be seated.
So we'll be starting off. Hello. Yeah. So we'll be starting segment 3. Okay, yeah. So welcome back from lunch, everyone. I bet you had a very enjoyable lunch time and networking time. So we will kick off segment 3 with ambient computing and the future of tech. And that is going to be presented by Neji Tawo, Senior AI and Machine Learning Engineer. A round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are we still coming in, or are we already inside? Okay. So today's talk will be on ambient computing. I think we need the slide on. Okay, so who amongst you here have heard of the term ambient computing? So can I see by raise of hands? Has anybody here heard about the term ambient computing? Okay, so I'm here to talk about ambient computing and the future of tech. So what is ambient computing? Next slide, please. Okay. So basically, ambient computing refers to an environment. You know, ambience means like your environment, or ambience, like some people pronounce it, where smart devices, AI, and gadgets are making decisions without direct human intervention. So essentially, computers quietly handle what things for you in the background. And the phrase ambient computing was actually coined in the 1990s, and it became prominent in the 2010s. So, and according to some leaders in Silicon Valley, we are now in the decade of ambient computing. So when we say that, next slide, please. When we say we're in the decade of ambient computing, we want to go through the evolution of modern computing. We started out with the era of punch cards. You can see the lady right there with punch cards and thingy on the large machines. In my opinion, that was the beginning of modern computing, though. And we moved into the era of the desktop computers. Some of us still remember our desktops. We now moved into the era where we have tablets, which, like, for example, what I'm holding now. And we're now in the fourth era, which is the era of machine learning and AI. So this era, that's why we say we're now in the era of ambient computing. Next slide, please. So ambient computing is, I'll give you an example. Basically, you show up at, a lot of us here have Alexas or Google at home, and you're able to tell the thing, hey, Google, turn the light off, or hey, Alexa, turn on the light, or do this or do that. That wasn't possible as at 10, 15 years ago, but that's where we're going now. So the next era where we are in now is where I can show up and the lights turn on by themselves. I can go into my room with my smart thermostat, and the thermostat detects that I am in here, and it adjusts the temperature to suit maybe one person. It knows that if there are 2 or 3 people in here, I should drop the temperature a little bit. So the devices are beginning to think for themselves. And all of this is made possible through 4 pillars, what I like to call the 4 pillars of ambient computing. One of them is machine learning, which is machines thinking for themselves, sort of. The other is Internet of Things. I don't know if you've heard of the terms IoT, where devices can connect and talk to each other. The third part is natural language understanding. Natural language understanding is actually part of machine learning, but it's a unique subset. And the fourth part is cloud computing. So incidentally, at NIPCA, we've had lectures and given talks on some of these areas. We're going to have more talks also on these sections. Next slide, please. So areas of usage, where do we see currently, do we see ambient computing in place? We have chatbots. So you have scenarios now where a chatbot on social media can interact with you and help you complete the sale without any human intervention. You have industrial applications also. So you have sensors in industrial equipment that can monitor wear and tear, and they can adjust other factors based on a thing. And then healthcare. And this is even now a commonplace where we're seeing a lot of startups now that actually working with people like the elderly. So there are smartwatches, like this watch I'm wearing. There's functionality now that's available where if an older person falls down, the smartwatch can actually detect that and ring and signal either the emergency services that this person has fallen down and all of that, and they can intervene on time. So those are some of the areas where we see the usage here. Next slide, please. So since this lecture talks about ambient computing in the future, so where do we see the future of tech? So we are likely going into a future where there's going to be like ambient computing everywhere. So devices would tell you maybe the time you're waking up. They can detect maybe you're awake. They can open the blinds, you know. But for me, the most game-changing area is going to be where devices can manufacture themselves. That's where we're going. So imagine a scenario where software can write itself and hardware can recreate itself. And that's possible through things like 3D printing. You've heard of 3D printing? So imagine a scenario where maybe in a factory, a part is missing. So rather than wait for a supplier to come, the machines are configured to actually 3D print the necessary part that's required. So that's where it's going. So the question now, where is that going to lead those of us in the tech field? It's going to give us time to think because these things are coming.
what's that going to be? Are we going to be left behind? So that is why we need to start thinking and preparing for that era. That's why we have to start taking courses, attending events like these, getting more exposure on this. So next slide, please. So I'm just quickly going to show you something we're working on. This is my company. I started this company called PayTalk. So it's an ambient computing platform where it works with smart assistants like Alexa. You can tell your Alexa to order you your favorite coffee, tea, or breakfast every morning at a particular time. And you could say, hey, Alexa, order me one shawarma with this or that by 8 a.m. every Tuesday and Thursday. And on Tuesday at 8 o'clock, someone knocks on your door from Skip the Dishes with the thing you asked for. Now you could say, pay my phone bills or pay my bills at the end of the month. And the platform understands that these are your bills at the end of the month and pay. So this is what we have built. Incidentally, this platform was picked for, Amazon has picked a platform for the Build Black Founders cohort. So you'll be seeing a lot of PayTalk everywhere, even in cars. So we're bringing PayTalk to cars, we're bringing PayTalk to smart devices, and anywhere you have a voice assistant, Siri, Alexa, you will see that. So I'll quickly just demo what it looks like here. I'm sure most of us here have an iPhone or you have Siri on your phone, right? I can bet you, can you, if you drove here, could you show your hands up if you drove here? Those of you who drove, where did you park? Did you pay for parking? Okay, because you're in a hotel. But if typically you were to pay for parking, what would you do? You will go to the machine, right? Or you use an app. But you realize Siri can actually pay for your parking. Well, yeah. But the thing is, if you have this app called PayTalk, you can do this. Hey, Siri, pay for parking.
What is the zone number?
CDH 4512.
What is your vehicle plate number?
212 CBON.
Please say the number of minutes you would like to pay for. For example, say 15 for 15 minutes or 60 for 1 hour.
60.
PayTalk TM says just to confirm. Would you like to pay for 60 minutes?
Yes, please.
Ready to do it.
Cancel. So that's So typically Siri cannot do that. But because I have installed the app called PayTalk, my Siri becomes intelligent and ambient and becomes aware. So thank you very much. That's the end of my talk.
Thank you so much, Neji Tower. That actually blew me away, and I'm sure it blew a lot of people away here. So, and thank you also for putting that prompt of cancel, because because the whole idea will be Siri will just be out there, getting instructions, and my bank account is filling it. But that's really, really brilliant. That's brilliant. That's very convenient. Wow. We keep trying to keep up with the tech world, the AI world, the computing world. It's just too much, but it's a good thing. And that's why NIPCA is here for all of us to keep getting abreast of technology. So I implore you to, keep embracing NIPCA courses and all of that just to get abreast of everything going on around us. So the next, we will be moving on to the third panel session, and the topic is pivoting into in-demand tech career roles. Moderating the session is Sherifat Akinwumi. Can I have people up here to help with the chairs? The NIPCA volunteer group. Sorry for the break there. So I will be calling on the moderator of the panel, Sherifat Akinwumi. Just yeah. You're most welcome, Sherifat. So, other people that we have on as part of the panel will be Daniel Falai. Do we have Daniel here? Kudrat Shita. Yeah, you can sit anywhere. Please feel free. Sholon Hulon. I'm not sure if I called the Say. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Stacey. And we have Bello Mohammed. Thank you. Over to you, Sherifat.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Are we awake after that beautiful lunch? Please stay awake because you're going to enjoy this. You're going to learn a lot. So my name is Sherifat Akinwumi. I'm a business information security officer with TD Bank. But I'll save I'll save the rest of the intro. You guys can read on the on my LinkedIn page or several NIPCA communications, and as well as the rest of our panelists. So we're not going to do the traditional introduction. Dear panelists, welcome. I want you to introduce yourself by saying one thing that is uncommon about you, something the audience can read on your online about you, and that is how I want you to do your introduction. They can read all the other things on LinkedIn, right? So who's going to go first? I'll let the ladies go first. But not me. Kudrat.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope I'm clear. Okay, so a lot of people know me as Kudrat, some people know me as Bemi. I'm Kudrat Bemi Shita. I use the three names. And some people call me GQS, some people call me GQ. And what's uncommon about me, I think I'm pretty common. Uncommon, yeah, I love to discuss politics, aside being a project manager, a program manager. And the other thing about me that you probably not find my profile on LinkedIn is that, yeah, I'm a project program manager, but I am a technical project program manager. What that means is that besides doing the standard scoping, scheduling, and budgeting management, I also ensure that the technical teams I support, we have processes, we have standards, we have tools in place to support those teams. That's me.
Great. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thanks. Daniel. Who's Daniel? Oh, sorry.
My name is Daniel Falai. I'm a ServiceNow technical architect. I have
something we can read about you.
What can you read about me? I've always struggled with imposter syndrome for a long time. And that has pushed me to be more and do more.
Fantastic, thank you. And we have Seisu. Yeah.
All right, guys. Yeah, so my name is Seisu Hulu, so it's spelled Sesugh. The last name is Hulugh, so the all GH are silent, right? So it's, but I get that a lot. That's okay. So yeah, so I'm a software engineer and a data analyst. But I think something people probably don't know about me is I like to learn a lot, and the only way I forget a lot. So the only way I don't forget when I learn is I teach, right? So when I share, I always will not forget.
Great, thank you.
And I like riddles.
Yeah.
Probably why I'm in the field I am right now. I won't sleep if I can't find the answer.
Great, thank you. And the last but not the least, Bello.
Hi, my name is Bello Mohammed, and I'm a cloud architect. I'm going to keep this very short and sweet. I am a cloud architect at Visa Clock Paytalk. with Neji over there. And I work in the banking sector. And
What we don't know about you.
okay,
What
what
we
you don't
can't
know
read.
about me? I'm a guitarist, and I'm very terrible at it. I picked it up over the pandemic, and I love to teach as well.
Oh, great.
Yep.
Really nice to meet you guys. Welcome to this panel. And, you know, when they reached out to me and we were going to talk about this topic, I was like, oh, my God, I don't think that 5 minutes is going to do it, but we'll try our best. So I'm going to go right into it. The first set of questions is for all of us, and we'll try to respond. Oh, I didn't respond to my own question. So what you don't know about me is that I'm a mom of twins. I have twins boys as children, and I like to brag about it because it's not easy, right? It's not easy at all. So in a very short paragraph, and we go with Daniel first. What area in tech would you consider is the best to venture into as at now? Please, would you pass the mic to Daniel?
From my perspective, I say anything cloud, cybersecurity is really where the future is going. And if you're not in one way or the other touching one of those two areas, you're gradually getting obsolete.
Thank you. Great. You're next. Ceci.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll try to be maybe biased here.
Okay.
Right. I think we should anyone who wants to go in tech should start with data analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because for some reason I think it's fairly easy. Like gives you a step in the door. And personally, I think it's a life hack. Everyone should be able to analyze the data they have, right? Everyone should be able to forecast. Everyone should be able to, if you're earning your salary, you should be able to know what you earn at the end of the year. You should be able to budget, you should be able to plan, right? So it's really something everyone should have, and it opens more doors to you. So you can, from there, go into data engineering, you can go into data science, you can go into software engineering, you can go into cloud computing. There's really no limit to what you can do if you have that foundation. So
Data analysis is winning it.
Yeah.
Data, all the data people in the house. Yeah. Thank you for that. Okay, you're next.
Yeah, for me, well, naturally, cloud computing. So I'll say cloud computing, and I'm very biased. I'll say security. I'll say be a developer, learn how to code. And be a business analyst. I'm just talking about things I've done in the past. Be a project manager. I don't know. I'm running out of things to say. But really and truly, I find joy and calm in coding. And pick one thing, do it for 1,000 hours, and stick to it. But you can't go wrong with cloud computing.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing. And Kudrat?
Yeah. Cloud computing it is for me too, really.
Fantastic.
I've worked in different parts of tech, and I see cloud computing as one of those. That's where the world is going to. That's where the world is really, because without cloud computing, we wouldn't have been able to survive COVID when it started. Cloud computing has saved us, and is moving computing to the edge now, and also to the ambient computing, right? That Neji talked about. We can't run away from it. We better accept it. We better embrace it. And there's an aspect of it that I've been enjoying recently a lot for the past few months back, which is site reliability engineering. That is that aspect of DevOps that actually gives you a very, very good view into when you deploy a tool to the wild. What is happening to it? How are users using it? How is your environment? How is your tool? How is it coping? How is it scaling? Do you have everything that you've built? Is it doing well? What are the changes that you need to make to ensure that you're still hitting that objectives, the business objectives that you've set out to actually achieve? So for me, it's site reliability engineering, which is actually part of DevOps and cloud computing.
Great, thank you. That's really some cool stuff, right? Site reliability. So for me, 12 years in cyber, I know a lot of people were expecting to say, hey, cyber security. Cybersecurity is cool, no doubt. There's something about cyber, though. You have to be passionate about it because it's not easy, right? You get some tough days. So my advice would be, maybe I'll give my advice from a point of view of lessons learned. So one thing I still regret till tomorrow is that I didn't code. So I'm with Daniel on this. I would say software development. And my reason is because you're working in a field where you're going to create something. There's a product. If you are good at your stuff, you will always be needed, right? People want to build apps, they want to build applications, they want to do this. If I knew how to code, oh man, I don't even know where I'll be right now. But definitely, cyber is my passion, right? I love cybersecurity. So I really don't regret I don't code. But if I took my coding more seriously earlier in the year, I'm sure I'll be in a better place. So that would be my own advice. So I'm with you. But absolutely, we've heard fantastic things. Site reliability is the new one I'm just hearing for the first time. I was talking to some ladies earlier, and I'm like, cyber security will humble you. Every day you hear new terms. Don't think you know it all. I'm studying for a certification I want to write before the end of September this year because I try to write a certification each year. And I'm like, when am I going to stop this? But it never ends, truly, yeah? We heard about cloud computing, we heard about software development. So interesting stuff. So we'll go to more one-on-one question. And this question is for you, Kudrat. As an experienced technical program manager with a lot of successful projects, just go take a look at our LinkedIn profile, right? And a wonderful experience. What will you consider the most important traits or strengths for someone to be successful in your field?
Okay. A project program manager basically manages changes in organizations. That's the way I see the work of a project or program manager. Okay, so if you look at it from organizations have visions, and though if you break down that vision into objectives, you break it down into initiatives that would help you to serve those or meet those objectives. It is those initiatives that project and program managers actually manage. Why do I have initiatives? Because I want to move from where I am to somewhere else. I want to be better. I want to change things really in the organization. And in changing things, what are the three core things that you change when you're making changes? You change, you change people, you change processes, you change technology. Those three things as a project or program manager, those are three things that need to be managed. And for you to be able to do this, you need to be a people person. You need to be on top of your processes. You also need to be very, very adept at technology, depending on the kind of project or program manager you are. For me, as a technical program manager, I have to also be on top of the modern technology. Modernizations are things that I implement on a daily basis. I am not the one that would implement it. I'm working with tech resources that would implement it, but I have to be able to understand what it is they're implementing, because it's not just about implementing. There are outcomes that are expected out of this. You don't just implement because you're implementing for the sake of implementing. What's the essence of that? Some people are going to use that particular tool or that product that you're implementing. Are those people set up for success to be able to use that tool? Do you have training plans? Are those people, do I have a feedback mechanism in place to be able to ensure that the requirements or the needs that were communicated to the implementation team are actually the same thing that we're actually implementing? Or have the needs changed? Because yes, we are in an agile world, we have to be able to embrace change. We shouldn't abhor change. Changes happen, market conditions change every day. So those are the kind of things, I know I've said a lot really, but then the project or the program manager have to really be on top of this. And of course, we can't forget risk. Risk is key. You have to, that's one of the things that PMP 101, your risk log, your assumptions, all those kind of things, you have to always keep the risk in our views. and always validate those risks, monitor them. Those that can be accepted, fine. Risk of resources, we don't have sufficient resources, we don't have sufficient skills. You can always get consultants to do that. How long does it take to get a consultant? Is it going to take a long time? We can work with our procurement processes to ensure that we get people in place on time. Risk of technology. Do we have the right technology? Do we have the technology out there that can help? Do we have an inventory? Do you have an idea of the inventory of technologies that we have in place now? Are there things we can leverage? If we don't have anything we can leverage, let's work with what we have now and document for future so that we have predictable processes. We have things that for the next project or for the next program that is going to come and use this, they can always have a playbook they can run with. They don't have to start from scratch. Thank you.
Great, thank you. She said a lot, and one of the things that stood out for me, give it up. Thank you, was people, process, and technology. A lot of time we just focus on the T, right? Technology is going to solve the problem, but it doesn't work that way. The three must work together. Thank you very much for sharing that. Absolutely interesting. And I'll move to you, Belo. So cloud, you said it, and absolutely, right? I just had to choose software development when I said that. But there's hardly an organization that is not in the cloud, either solely in the cloud or in an hybrid. One way or the other, you are in the cloud. You're doing one thing or the other, right? If you have any email account today, you are in the cloud as a person, talk less of your organization. So my question to you is, there's practically no sector that's not in the cloud, right? As a cloud professional, what is that thing that people misunderstand or don't know about your career?
All right, well, I like to say that when it comes to cloud, you're required to be a generalist specialist. You got to know a lot. You got to know almost everything. You need to touch upon networking, database, compute. You need to know your security. You need to learn your nuggets. And for me, I guess my career started off as a network engineer, and I found my flow in coding. So there are a lot of people with about 10 years of experience. You find recruiters asking for about 10 years of experience in cloud computing. No. Where are you going to find those guys? They don't exist. So we're all amateurs, really. And then we become professionals by solving the problem. And then because there are not a lot of people in cloud computing, there's really no one to argue with you about. You set the standard, right? You're not the subject matter expert, right? Essentially. So going to cloud as an amateur is okay. So long you're ready to put the work in, you will be successful. So long you're ready to work hard. For me, I'm very brutal. My process is very brutal. I put in a lot of work in one particular area, and that is coding. Everything else, comes to me naturally. But really and truly, for you to be worth your weight in gold, put 100 and a million hours into one area. But cloud does require you to be a generalist specialist.
Fantastic, thank you. So in case, give it up, thank you. In case you didn't hear that very salient point, he said, you don't need to be an expert to go into cloud. That's why I heard from you. Am I right?
Absolutely, yeah.
You go do it afraid. Everybody, they're just trying to find their way. So, when you hear that fancy term, cloud architect, and then the recruiters, they put fancy titles, and then all the job description. You're hearing it from an expert now. A lot of people are trying to find their way. If you're interested in cloud, take that first step towards it. Thank you very much for sharing that. Okay, so we're going to go to Daniel. So that, Daniel really, really interests me in the sense that you've done a lot of things, right? You started off business analysis, now as a ServiceNow consultant. Your journey has been intriguing, and in our community, like, if you see a community of Nigerians, 100, right, 100 of us, I can bet about 75 of them are going to business analysis. Am I wrong? Everybody wants to go into business analysis. And which is where people like, Daniel comes in. He started off as a business analyst, but now doing other things. What are those opportunities in terms of what's next? Basically after business, you've done your 1 year, 2 years in business analysis. Where do I go next? Can you highlight some of this for us?
From my perspective, I did business analysis for close to about 6-7 years, and I observed it was kind of a generalist in nature, and I needed somewhere more that I could really be more focused, I could really be more expert in, and unlike my other speakers here that, oh, coding is good, I was afraid of coding. In fact, I tried Python and Python nearly bites me. In fact, you really need to know where your comfort zone is. You can, if someone says, oh, coding is it, I'll be very, very truthful. Till this day, I'm sitting down here, I've not written it. The only thing I tried to do was hello world, and that was where I ended it.
You are not alone.
I do not know it, and I've not tried to do it because I've always tried to see where my strength lies and applications or things that I do that can really sync with it. For example, I'm currently working with ServiceNow, and ServiceNow has a lot of no-code application development whereby we can just drag and drop, click, 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 and it's the easy thing for people like me that I am not in tune with writing long lines of code or some of the other things. But I try to find ways to support people that are writing the code. I can look at the business process. I can look at the steps. I can give you some kind of play supporting striker role. So I won't just be useless on the team. But the truth about you, at every point in time, you should always know your genius zone, your area of your moonshine. Somebody else gave a very, very good analogy of it, of where you are able to kind of. So trying is not advisable to see someone that's coding that you just want to copy that person, because you will be mediocre in it if it's not your strength, and you might be more suitable, you might have more strengths, and you will shine more in other areas that might not expect you to kind of do those things. And that's where I've always tried to do. I've tried to focus my strengths, and it's really been a wonderful journey so far.
Great, thank you for sharing. So you hear it, guys. Everything is not business analysis. It's a step in the right direction, but your opportunities are endless. Start thinking now. You have the first opportunity in business analysis. What's going to happen? You could move to software development. What it does is not the blast screen coding, but you're still supporting building a product, right? And so many other things in which you can do. I've just been signaled that we have very few minutes left, but I would like to go to Sesu.
Okay.
Every time I try to pronounce your name, I'm extra careful. I don't want to.
That's okay.
Okay, so in the field of data analytics, you've done software development, you've done data analytics. What would you say are the key things to take note of in rising, or best tips for anyone trying to be you, or
Okay, so I'll quickly talk about two things, right? One will be more on the technical side, and then one will be how probably we should approach our work. Bello said a lot of things about data analysis, software engineering. It's something you have to like, right? It's something you have to, if you love it, then you can stay up at night trying to figure out the answer to a problem. And you can read. So the tips I give my students mostly is, one is, as long as you can read and write English language, you should be able to figure out these things. And it's mostly basic maths, it's logic, right? And it's every programming language and every technology you want to learn, there are tools out there and there's a documentation, right? So no one expects you to know everything. But if you're learning a language, you should know the possibility or the capabilities of that language, right? Then you're able to narrow down your search to be able to find answers to whatever you're looking for, right? And then the other side of it, this is probably like a personal story, right? And when the last panelists were talking, I was waiting for that point where they would say, Sesu, we're talking to you, right? Because a personal experience, my first job in Canada, I came in, a typical timid guy from Niger, I got the job, started on the job, and when we go for meetings, everyone wants to talk. And I'm like, why is everyone trying to talk about what I've done? So at the point, I relaxed and I kept quiet. And I go for meetings and I don't talk, but I do the job. And at a point, 1 year down the line, I realized that was the wrongest approach I'd ever taken in my life, So I realized that it's different out here. Here you have to blow your trumpet. If you do something, you have to say you did it.
Yeah.
Right? So I worked there for 2 years and I went back. The next job I went to, my first week on the job, what I did was, I hadn't even reviewed all the technology they were using, but I was like, this is obsolete. Guys, let's change this. And typically on that team, the least guy had worked there for 10 years. So I'm a Microsoft guy, .NET guy. So they were using something we call ADO.NET, which is really old, right? It's not so old. People still use it, but I was like, there are better tools to make the job easier. Why don't we use it? And there was resistance everywhere. And, at that point, I insisted that if I'm not going to use this, then I can't do the job. Right? And it got to a point where they actually, gave me let's try it. And then I tried it, it worked. And, that was the first time my manager actually called me to say thank you. Right? He was like, he came in and he has tried to bring in some of these ideas, but there has always been resistance. Somehow I've been able to push that boundary, So I think it's learning from your mistakes is one key thing that, we should do. We will always make mistakes, but we should always know that we can, pick up and learn from those mistakes.
Great,
right?
thank you.
Yeah.
You heard it. There's no way he would have achieved that if he continued to be quiet. I was telling a friend just before we went here, I was on a meeting on Friday, and there were about 5 people on the call, and as soon as I joined, one of the guys commented, "Oh, the troublemakers are here." I'm like, "Oh, I'm not a troublemaker." Yes, you are. You always have something to say. So speak up, guys. It's people will embrace you the way you are. So to the audience, I know we are pressed for time, but this is the most important part. If you have not taken notes before, please take notes. Now, we had all mentioned certain areas in tech, and that we all should be looking at. I would like you to quickly summarize few points. What are the things ABC? 3 points, basically. You mentioned the area. Maybe I'll go first to give you a guide and say the 3 things that someone should do in that area. So I'll go first. I'm a cyber person, cybersecurity. If you're looking to go into cybersecurity, know your basics of computing and know a little bit more than your basics of computing, which means after identifying what a computer is, CPU, this, know what is networking, know what is a domain server, know what is a DHCP server, know what is switches and the likes. And after that, learn cloud computing. Cloud computing is key, like you've all heard, because it's the future. A lot of people are going to do away with those on-prem servers. Everything is going to be in the cloud, so you need to know what you're doing. And you can do those 2 by doing your, I think CompTIA is one of our sponsors, right? Can I mention CompTIA? They have great courses for their A+. So if you can do CompTIA A+, and CompTIA Sec+, is a good way to start in cybersecurity. With those 2, trust me, you'll be fine. Okay? So Kudrat, do you want to go next?
Awesome. Yeah, it's probably, I like the way you gave the details about how to get into cybersecurity. I know I talked about site reliability engineering. It's not it's not an entry-level role. But if you are currently in IT operations, you are the IT operations guy that does the server admin and all those kind of stuff. Server admin, network admin, that's a good start for you. But you need to love coding. You need to love automation, because site reliability engineering involves automation at scale. You are actually automating all those manual IT operation stuffs. You are automating them right from the dev stage. That's what that's one of the things site reliability engineering does. They also work. They also work with observability tools. I know ServiceNow has some. We have App Dynamics and some other observability tooling out there. Those are the kind of things they do. They actually set up observability within any software or the systems we have there. There's so many things we can observe nowadays. We can observe the network. We can observe storage. All those things it's also managed manually. But with automation and skill, those can be done.
Yeah. So for me, I'd have to say that there's no right or wrong way to go into cloud. Come as you are. If you are into cybersecurity, come through. If you are a project manager, and I've worked with her before, by the way, come in and do your thing. If you're a business analyst, there is room for you. If you're a legal professional practitioner, there's something in there for you. If you're a developer or coder, there is something in there for you as well. So you can't really go wrong, and don't expect to know it all. However you're coming, there is something in cloud for you, and everything else will just fall into place over time, essentially.
All right, guys, I'll give us a scenario. Basically, I think data analysis is a life hack and everyone should know it. In fact, we are all data analysts. So I'll give you a scenario. One is Canada Goose knows that they'll produce more jackets during the winter, right? Everyone is going to buy during the winter. But you might want to go further. You might want to know, do you produce for kids? Do you produce for adults, male, female, right? There are a lot of different variables. Once it starts getting complex, you don't want to do these things with your head, right? You want to have tools that can help you analyze and forecast what you should produce. This is a simple scenario. So you should have a fair knowledge of Excel. You should have a fair knowledge of SQL. You should understand how to visualize that data using something like Power BI. Then you can delve into Python. Basically, with these skills, I think you will be. And you really have to be just good at one thing, very good at one thing. I've not used Power BI in probably years. I'm quite comfortable with SQL. I use SQL a lot because I use it also as a software developer, and it gets me through the door. So you don't have to be very good at everything. I mean, yeah. So I always say, choose your weapon.
Okay, I like to keep it simple. I don't like to make things really complex. And what I'm going to say, it's going to apply to any kind of career you're really looking for to move into. First things first, believe in yourself. Believe you are better than whatever you want to go into, because along the line, there will be so many people that will discourage you whatever you want to do. There will be people that will tell you you're not good enough. There will be people that will tell you so many different things along the line that will discourage you. That's one. Two, as much as possible, try to get a mentor, someone that you admire, that is doing way better than what you are doing in whatever area you want to do. You may not even introduce yourself, just follow the person. Click like on the person's LinkedIn whenever you comment. Anything, you will learn a lot from that mentor. Three, get an accountability partner, someone that will check in on you. You say you wanted to do this certification last month. How far? Little by little, you will see that progress. Step by step, you're growing far. Four, try as much as possible to do certifications. Anybody that tells you, certification does not matter, is experience, that person is lying to you. That person itself does not even have it. It's really, it opens doors for you, whether you believe it or not. Yeah. I'm not saying it's all in all, but it opens doors for you. But finally, and I'm going to stress this the most, somebody has said it briefly and casually, but I think it's something that everybody here must take note of. If you are in an office and you have been invited to a meeting, please, 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 never allow that meeting to start and finish without them hearing your voice. Absolutely. It is really, really, really big. It affects the way people see you. If you are just keeping quiet in a meeting that you were invited to. Very soon, nobody will invite you again. And before you know anything, you'll see yourself not invited to the company again. And that's how it is.
Great, thank you, everyone. Thank you. It's been a fantastic time. Trust me. So we have to leave now as we have our people here. Thank you, everyone.
All right, let's put our hands together for this panelist once more. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful session. When Daniel wasn't going to stop, I came to pose like a python beside him. But I didn't bring out my fangs. Next time I will. But beautiful session. Let's appreciate these guys once again. All right, we'll be going right into our final panel session for tonight. Now I know you are Beji, so I'll be sending you my school fees. All right, thank you. Yeah, Taiwo. All right, the moderator for this final session is no one else but some of us call him Osita Man. It's a coded name. It's for the initiates. All right, so our moderator is Osita, who will be leading us in the final panel session, and our topic is combating stereotypes and paving the way for BIPOC tech professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Osita Man.
Yeah. So the panelists for this session will be Alex Ihama. Do we have Alex in here?
Yeah, thank you.
Isaac Olowolafe Jr. Okay. We also have Professor Gideon Christian. And Ovie Ukeko. Ukeko. Osita Man, over to you to take off. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. How are we doing? Excellent. I can see some of us sitting this way. Is it that the lunch, was the lunch heavy? Was it heavy? Or was it light? All right, nice. So we'll try to keep this brief, because of time. Because I was looking at time at the same time, looking at the great men that we've got here. Of course, the topic that we want to speak about is something very, very dear to my heart. When we talk about leadership, there are so very few black folks within the corporate, talk about the corporate echelons in Canada here. We've got so many immigrants that when they see positions like director positions, when they see positions like VP or SVP, they won't apply. I'm not sure why. Probably the thought process is that those positions are meant for, a separate group of people. And the question is why? Why is it that we are not having so many black folks within leadership positions? Why? Why are we? That is really what we want to also kind of talk about a little bit. And of course, get them as well to, talk a little bit about their own experiences in terms of stereotypes, in terms of barriers. Oftentimes, we talk about imposter syndrome. Oftentimes, we have a whole lot of barriers, both system-made and individual-made barriers. Because sometimes we create barriers for ourselves as well, as individuals. You see a position that you're supposed to apply for, you say, no, I don't think I'm qualified. Who told you? Apply first now. So there's a whole lot of barriers that we've created for ourselves as individuals, just like I was talking about starting from the scratch. That is the mindset. Some people have spoken about this over and over. It's now like a norm. If you're a new immigrant, you have to start from the scratch. And who created that? I don't even know. That person should be in jail. I don't know who created that. That has really got into the psyche and mentality of so many immigrants, and that is really affecting so many from realizing their true potentials. Let me go straight to Ovie Ukeko. Ovie is a great guy. He's a guy I admire so much. When my wife forced me to relocate to Canada with her, because she actually forced, right? So when I made that decision, Ovie was one of the guys I reached out to. He's someone that is very, very, it's difficult to talk about immigrants in this country, talking about black immigrants that are so selfless without mentioning Ovie. He shares it shares, yeah, it shares resources freely, like resources for immigrants and all that. And today it's a VP with Citibank Canada. Ovi, a quick question is, what were the strategies that you took? Because I know it wasn't all rosy for you at the very beginning. And we've got so many immigrants here, new immigrants, some are watching virtually. As a new immigrant, what were the strategies that you took to overcome those barriers, stereotypes, and all those stuff, all the way to where you are today?
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. And I like the question. It's a question that the answer will not even do justice to the journey that brought me here. Right? But I'll start by saying, it starts with soul searching. You know yourself. Who are you? Can you ask yourself that question and give yourself an honest answer? What do you stand for? What do you represent? Where do you want to go? Are you sure about your destination? Are you willing to do what it takes to get there? That's how it started for me. I needed to search myself. I needed to ask myself those tough questions because, like you, I followed my wife to Canada. So I know who my boss is. But beyond having the boss, beyond having somebody to point you in a direction, you don't have to take that journey. As a man, you have to be a leader, not the leader, a leader, right? Because the family is going to follow you. You have a lot of destiny riding on your success. So you need to understand that this is where I'm going. This is why I'm going there. I better not miss my way. So I needed to decide when I get there, when I'm here now, what do I want to do that will pay the bills, right? Does it align with where I want to see myself 10, 20 years from now? What will it cost me to get there? Am I willing to pay the price? Who are able to have taken this journey and succeeded at it? How can I become like them? How can I get close to them? How can I get them to invest in me, to teach me, to enlighten me, to support me, and then in the long run, to partner? All right. This is better? Yeah. Okay. Yes. So, yeah. So, okay. So I needed to find out, okay, of all the things that I've ever done in my life, different parts of my life, I'm talking about my professional background. Now that I'm here in Canada, where is my strength? What am I good at that I can continuously do? And when I go before somebody else to tell them, hey, I want to do this for your company, I want to be believable. So at the time I came into Canada, coming from my background, my last role in Nigeria was internal audit, specializing in fraud investigations. But coming into Canada, I wasn't finding much opportunities in that direction. However, AML investigation was big at the time. The Canadian financial institutions were getting their butt whipped by the regulator, FinTrack, because of their lax approach to certain regulations, and they needed to step up their game. So there was room for growth. There was room for opportunities for people to come in, especially people who had the relevant experience. So I was able to pivot from my background as a fraud investigator, coming from the audit world, and say I can do what these people are doing, and I can learn what is lacking, and I can demonstrate that I can do it. So I went forward. I started applying game, the 100 applications a day, the sleeping on the laptop and all stuff like that, until I realized that, talking to people who are doing what I wanted to do was I needed to internalize what I was trying to sell first. Do I believe that? Do I really believe that I can do this? So I started from the known. As a fraud investigator, I could do this and I could do that. Like one lady said, one of the elder panelists said earlier, she was speaking my experience, and she said, you don't need to check all the boxes, but the boxes that you do check them to as best as you can, and demonstrate that, demonstrate value. So in talking to people who are doing what I wanted to do, and I realized that, okay, this is the way it's done, I internalized those processes, internalized the lingua. So much so that when I was going to speak at interviews or at networking sessions, I was speaking the language of people who I wanted to learn from. So much they were like, I thought you said you haven't done this before here. You sound like you do it so well. So I invested time in, first of all, learning about my strengths and learning about what it takes to become stronger, then selling that vision to people that I can do it for you as well, and showing them examples from my past. At this time, I did this, and this was the positive results I got. When I tried to do this, this was the results I got. These were the skills that I brought to the table in order to get it done. And I don't want to bore anybody else too much, but I think knowing yourself is the first thing. Ask yourself that question: who are you? Who am I? What do I stand for? What can I do? How can I do well for somebody else? That's the greatest step in the right direction.
Wow. Know yourself. Know yourself. Man, know thyself. So let's move quickly to the next. Let's get to the lion himself, Alex Ihama. I call him the lion. One of the challenges that we have seen within the black community is what some people refer to as imposter syndrome. What that is, I have no idea.
Me too.
Because that is not in my dictionary. Please, can you help us to kind of enlighten our audience? How can they deal with imposter syndrome, if there's anything like that?
If you don't know what it is, I don't know what it is. How are we going to explain it? Maybe I should Google it first. NIPCA. This is NIPCA, right? Yes. Yeah. I was here last year. Is there anybody here who saw me last year? Yeah. If you did, say yes. Yes. If I say NIPCA, you say greatness. Only 5 people. That's why you are not at the top. It sounds funny, but it is true. You got to participate. You got to participate. I'm telling you, if that's all you hear today, it's worth it. Somebody said, if you don't speak in meeting, and then you're saying, I didn't get promotion. Do you speak in meeting? So I say, if I say NIPCA, you say greatness. NIPCA. Greatness. NIPCA. Greatness. Louder. NIPCA. Greatness. So if you could do higher, why did you do lower? It sounds funny, but it is true. I'm going to leverage off because his point has already set a very high foundation. Purpose is key. When you come, he said it, they'll tell you, oh, you have to start from the bottom. And you try to, sometimes people try to be who they are not upwards, but most times immigrants try to be who they are not downwards. My goodness. Obviously, he had a great job. He's going to now come here and drive taxi. No disrespect, but you know what I'm talking about. Why do we go downwards? Meanwhile, we are sometimes you wear a $1,000 suit, you don't have $1,000 in your bank account. You are upping yourself. But when it comes to who you truly are, you downgrade yourself. My goodness. My goodness. When I came, my goodness, you must have, I don't know if I said this story last time. After I was faxing like you. Yellow pages. They don't have all this Facebook, all this thing you guys have now. Yellow pages, rubber. You know rubber. If you know rubber, wave your hand. I will give $20. One fax was $1. I tell the guy, it's okay, no problem. I say, here the fax. Fax them, all the bank, all the insurance company. That's where I'm going to start. I'm going to run things. My uncle I was with, it's not like that. He say, yeah, buy safety boots so in the night you can walk in Canadian Tire. I want to be respectful, but I did not know how to. But there was nothing on this planet that would make me put my feet inside a shoe that won't fit. Are you understand what I'm saying? At one point, I had to tell him, I said, bros, it's not like I have anything against the job you do or this safety boot. Look at my shoes. I should wear safety boot. No. He says, you won't. Guess what? I didn't even have papers. I just remembered. I did not have papers. When Bank of Montreal finally hired me, they wrote a letter to immigration. Alexi Hama is an asset to the bank. An asset. I still have the letter. An asset. That's what they called me. Let me give you quick tips. On the day of orientation, I was scared a lot of it. There's a big story. I have my book, by the way, it's out there. Welcome to Greatness. You should get it. There's only 10 copies out there. So when they got to orientation after they had hired me, people were introducing themselves. Everybody were Canadian, either Indian Canadian, white Canadian, or even black Canadian. So they were always, oh, I have my MBA from McMaster. I have my this from Racing. I say Uniben. Who's going to know Uniben here? Who is going to know Uniben here? Nobody. So I said, I stood up, Alexi Hama from Nigeria. Yeah, the truth. Everybody turned. Have people ever looked at you feeling sorry for you? They all looked. You know that kind of look? I said in my mind, I say, I will run this bank. I'm not kidding you. In less than 1 year, 18 months, everybody in that class were reporting to me. Every single body. Everybody. One of them is still my friend today. Everybody in the bank. I did not, and I still don't, and I continue to advocate. Never downgrade yourself. Never downgrade yourself. If you truly know who you are and whose you are, my goodness. Like, even when you see racism, even when you feel it, pretend as if you don't see it. You don't see. Excuse me. You have an accent. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. You're very eloquent. Thank you. Those are microaggressions. Hope you know this is racism at work. All of them reported to me. And there are things you also do to get to the top once you get in. But to keep that question to the point. Imposter syndrome, especially for immigrants, they are downgrading themselves. For white people, they are upgrading themselves. I'm not even saying upgrade and take a course. Now I'm just saying your own personal belief about you. My goodness, if Obama walks in, everybody, Obama, say Obama. Do you know who you are? They should be turning for you. Is Obama should say, who is she?
Wow. This is powerful. This is powerful. Never, never downgrade yourself. Never. If there is nothing, if just one thing you should just take away from this entire event today, never downgrade yourself. It's so powerful because, again, like in our community, we've seen a whole lot of transformation. For example, I painted the story of a young guy working as a security guard, 3 years in Canada, a manager in Nigeria, but in Canada, security guard. Why? Because of the people he met. And now, after going through the cybersecurity program in our community, he's working with BMO now as a cybersecurity analyst. Same thing applies to so many ladies that are working as customer service agents. There are so many immigrants today. Customer service, customer service. It is easy to get customer service job. That could be the comfort zone, but nothing grows in the comfort zone. Nothing. Nothing. So that is why we must step out and stop downgrading ourselves. That is powerful. Let me come straight to Isaac. Isaac is one man that inspires me a lot. I was just telling him before we came in how he manages his schedule and everything. He probably might have like 2 PAs or 3 PAs. I don't know how he does it because he's someone within the community that has done a lot. From entrepreneurship to real estate to community-related initiatives. He's also the chair of Black North Initiative Housing Committee Program. He has got so many going, right? Even in terms of Black Innovation Capital, now BKR Capital, right? That's another organization that he has founded as well. The organization is into into venture capital, right? So Isaac, entrepreneurship is key. One of the greatest way for us as immigrants to rise to the mountaintop is not just by 9 to 5. It's not, especially in this part of the world. Entrepreneurship is the game. But at the same time, we've seen scenario where immigrants come here with great mindset, great innovation, and so many things upstairs, but they are afraid. They are afraid to do something. How can that fear be killed? Talking about entrepreneurship, how can immigrants, black immigrants especially, get into entrepreneurship, tech entrepreneurship in Canada?
Thank you very much. I think the biggest way is, as Alex mentioned, understanding who you are. And as a black community, especially African community, we have a strong desire and faith in God. And that's what entrepreneurship is, having faith in yourself and having faith in something you don't see and hoping that it comes to light. And for me, I was fortunate, being in this Canadian system since I was 4 years old and growing up in different environments. I realized the only thing our community is missing is an understanding of the system that we're migrating into. And because of lack of understanding, we lack access, we lack relationships, and we lack infrastructure. So regardless of how smart we are back home, if we lack access, lack understanding of the system, or lack infrastructure, that creates fear, right? And because of that, we're not able to do what we're truly destined to do. So for the last 20 years, my goal was to, how do I break that fear through creating access, creating understanding of a system, and creating infrastructure. God first put us through the path of real estate as a real estate agent, then real estate broker, and realized that unless we create the product, just selling the product, the best it could do is create sales. But once we create the product, the best it could do is create shelter. And once you have shelter, you could build off of that. And then 8 years ago, as I saw the movement of technology and innovation, I realized that we're also lacking in that. And that's when we started our journey of creating the access, creating the understanding of the system and infrastructure around tech and innovation. And 2 days ago, we just closed on the first venture fund in Canada, focusing on black tech founders. So that it's not just speaking about your tech company, but having institutional dollars backing those tech companies the same way it backs other communities. So the biggest thing is having faith, but understanding and pouring into infrastructure that's being built. The organization you're running is an example of infrastructure that's being built. As we have more of these organizations around the country, when newcomers come in, they're able to tap in. 35 years ago when my dad came, there was no infrastructure. That shouldn't be the case 35 years later.
Wow, powerful. Powerful, powerful. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Wow. Ability to create infrastructure is key, because once you have those infrastructure, then new folks coming in will be able to tap into it. Very, very important. Very apt. Thank you so much, Isaac. Let's go quickly to our prof. Prof.
Yes.
You've been in the news recently. In fact, I watched you when you were at the Senate. And I was like, how's Prof gotten into trouble? Why is he at Senate? But you were actually at Senate for a good reason. You've led a fight against discrimination. Talking about visa, there are a lot of visa applications from people of African descent that are being rejected. And you've led, a very strong fight around that. Can you share a little bit with us? This more like the stats, what you saw, what is happening, and what you've been trying to do, to combat that.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm not sure we have the time to go into detail of what happened, but I'll try as much as possible to summarize it. So I used to be a lawyer at the Department of Justice, which was, of course, my dream job after completing my graduate studies here. I was a lawyer at the Department of Justice for 6 years. I came in here as an international student, so I was very well following the immigration issue relating to student visas. So even as a student, I try as much as possible to assist people back home to come into Canada to study. But the problem they always have is, visa. Visa refusal was just too common. So as a lawyer at the Department of Justice, this story was just piling up, and it was really disturbing. And being a lawyer to government, I cannot go openly to criticize the same federal government I was working for. So that was actually one of the things that precipitated my move from full-time legal practice at the Department of Justice to the academia. It wasn't a lucrative move, of course. Leaving a very high-paying job at the government and going into the academia was not a lucrative move. But one thing I enjoyed about that move was that it gave me the freedom to be able to advocate a cause that was so dear to my heart. So immediately after leaving, the first thing I did was to set up a charity, African Scholars Initiative, ASI Canada. ASI Canada objective was to attract bright future scholars of African descent, to get them to come into Canada to pursue graduate education for the purpose of gradually channeling them to our academic system, just to build professors of African descent in Canadian universities. And we had series of volunteers working with us, identify these bright students in various universities in Nigeria and Africa. Bringing them in was a problem. And we all know the reason: discrimination against, of course, people from that region. And my first invitation to the House of Commons was in 2020. I went there, and of course, I raised that issue, but no one took me serious because the House was more concerned about impact of COVID. So I didn't give up the fight. So what happened was that shortly after the death of George Floyd, IRCC decided to do some soul searching to identify how racist the organization was. They hired a third-party organization to conduct that study. That third-party organization came out with one of the greatest weapons we used, which was the IRCC anti-racism report. This report, I highly recommend it for reading. IRCC visa officers were referring to African countries as dirty 30. These are the same people that determine whether you should get into Canada or not. This was the same term, of course, used by the former maniac in White House to refer to Africans. There was systemic reference to Nigerians as being corrupt and untrustworthy in that report. This was third-party report. At this same point in time, we were able to obtain statistics through access to information requests, which shows the dismal approval rate for study visa for Nigerians, 18%, the lowest ever in history. At the same point in time, when countries like Japan and Korea were having over 90% approval rate, Nigeria, which was the third source country, was having 18%. So with the IRCC reports and this data, I coordinated other Nigerian professors of Nigerian descent in Canada. We wrote a letter to the immigration minister. Here are the evidence. Want this issue addressed. Of course, they come back to us and say, we treat all countries equally, basically blanket denial, even though that was contrary to what their own report had. So that was stage one, cancelled because nothing happened. Stage two, I decided to write to black members of parliament. And that was the most disappointing phase because I was expecting, being black, they will understand. Believe me, none of them even responded to my mail. One that responded from this region, one who was very vocal on BLM and anti-racism issue when she was a journalist until she joined the House. Her staffer responded to me, telling me that they cannot even forward my letter to her because I'm not from her riding. I was like, look, I don't need a study permit. I will never need one. I'm a Canadian citizen. This is not about me. This is about issue affecting black people. That went nowhere. The person that was able to agree to meet with me was not even a black person, a member of parliament of Indian descent who agreed to meet with me, arrange a meeting with me, and agreed to support that cause. Next thing I did was to write letter to every member of the House of Commons Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. This is the letter we wrote to the minister. This is the response from the minister. This is evidence from IRCC reports. This is data obtained from access to information. It took less than a month for the House to summon study on discrimination against Africans. Fortunately, I was invited to appear before the House to testify. I had just 5 minutes testimony. I'm a lecturer, I speak a lot, I talk a lot. So giving me 5 minutes to address such huge issue was one of the biggest challenge. I never even believed I could do it, but I sat down. I was able to craft that 5-minute presentation. Believe me, I'm one of those persons that have doubts about myself, but every day I go to YouTube to watch that 5-minute presentation. I think that's one of the best presentations I've ever heard. I was able to raise all those issues within that 5 minutes. Of course, after the 5-minute question and answer session continued for about 40 minutes. We weren't able to deal with all the matters. I was invited the second time. But the good thing about it was that even members of the parliament there in that committee were convinced that this is a very serious matter. I made a recommendation to them. Just some couple of months ago, the report came out, and fortunately, they substantially accepted almost all the recommendation I made about addressing this bias against Africans and Nigerians. So you may probably say, well, oh, the battle has been won, right? No, it hasn't been won. This is just a report from the committee, which is not binding on IRCC, but that is our plan B. So we're waiting now to see to what extent IRCC goes in implementing those reports. But depending on the outcome, plan C is already in the work, as well as even plan D. So that would determine where next we go from here. But one thing I can assure you, as an individual, I gave up my position to be able to advocate on this issue. I am going to continue to advocate on this issue until it is conclusively addressed. That assurance you can take from me.
Wow. What a great job you are doing. And again, the truth of the matter is that everything that, like, for you to see any outcome or result in anything whatsoever, it takes intentionality. You must be very intentional about it. And somebody must lead that particular cause. If he didn't do it, everybody will just be complaining. One thing that I also want to encourage our audience as well is the fact that it's always very easy to complain. Like, it's easy, right? Everybody wants to complain. But instead of complaining, can you rethink? Instead of complaining, let me create a solution. Right? That's what he's doing. It's taking him time and resources, but eventually it's going to come out good. And he's fighting not for himself, but for others. Okay? So it's more like a challenge to, it's more like a challenge to every one of us. Right? You at some point, you need to forget about self. You have to forget about self and begin to focus on the generality of others. That is really where true success lies, not just about yourself. And that's what Prof is doing. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate it. I know that time really isn't our friend, right? Other panels seem to have taken much of our time, and the MC is giving me some different look out there. So let's kind of go quickly back to Isaac. Isaac, BKR Capital. We've got entrepreneurs in the house. Neji, this is a powerful guy when it comes to, artificial intelligence, software engineering, and all that. You want to tell us a little bit about BKR Capital, what is the organization into, and also the entrepreneurs here. How can we key into that?
Absolutely. Before I talk about, I'll just take a quick sort of track of how we got there. So as a real estate developer 8 years ago, as I saw what was happening in the tech space, through our foundation, we gave a gift to Ryerson University, the Isaac Olafe Digital Media Lab. So I got exposed to the tech and innovation space. Fortunately enough, I got a tour of Ryerson and saw the DMZ and all these tech entrepreneurs. And through that, we launched Dreammaker Ventures. And for a few years, we were investing in different tech tech companies and then getting invited to different tech events. And then about 5 years ago, we saw that there was a big lack of diversity in the tech space. So fortunately enough, going back to the university, since we already started the relationship, and this is where it talks about institutional relationship, we said, let's launch something that's never been launched before. Let's launch the first Black Tech Incubator. So we launched the Black Innovation Fellowship because we knew to tackle the solution, the situation that was at hand, which was lack of diversity in the tech space, you got to figure at it from a systemic point of view. So we said, instead of going after the resources that's missing, let's start from the bottom. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's build the space to encourage entrepreneurs to first come, get access to mentorship, get access to collaboration, get access to other entrepreneurs outside the Black community to learn best practices. So we launched the Black Innovation Fellowship. And then 2 years later, we realized now that we have the infrastructure, an entrepreneur is getting incubated, getting mentorship. What are they missing? Capital, not loans, but risk capital. Any major tech company that's scaled is because they got access to risk capital. When you take risk capital into an entrepreneur, you're more likely to help them open up more doors, help them scale, and back them when they're having challenges. That's why our focus was, how do we get risk capital? So then we launched BKR Capital. And the whole premise was first a $5 million fund, which ended up becoming a $10 million fund, and then subscribing to an $18.5 billion fund. We're fortunate to get backers like BDC, RBC, TELUS Ventures, EDC, Scotiabank, even the Quebec Pension Company, pension fund into our fund. But what's more significant is that this is the first time ever in Canada that institutions decided to take risk dollars in Black tech founders. And what that means is that they'll be more inclined to help to make sure there's success. So our goal through our fund will be investing in 18 tech companies. This is Fund 1. And our goal is to launch multiple funds. But alongside with that, about 15 minutes from here, we built a hotel and a business center that we want to be able to encourage entrepreneurs, whether they're invested through our fund or not, to be able to get access to other resources, mentorship, collaboration, and share ideas like how we've done today.
Wow, 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 wow. That is loaded. That is loaded. When we refer to you guys as trailblazers, we're not just saying it, right? Look at what Prof is doing, and look at what Isaac is doing. Amazing. If every one of us can, do similar, what do you think is going to happen to the Black community in this country? What do you think? But sometimes, some people get comfortable, right? And you just, you are good, you are working, you are making your money, and you just, stay on your own. Or, someone will say, let me stay on my lane. That kind of, no, you got to jump into other lanes and assist other folks. Yes. It's not just about yourself. It's about the Black community. If a Black person succeeds, the Black community has succeeded. That is the way it is. So it is about we, not about me. Okay? Thank you so very much. Let me go quickly to Ovie. Ovie, what would you say, just in quick seconds, to someone here that have been struggling career-wise, probably applied and still nothing is happening, sometimes getting those love messages. Unfortunately, your skills do not align to what we are looking for and stuff like that. What would be your message to anyone going through that kind of moment at this time?
Networking. But not just networking to get referrals and recommendations, networking to learn. Because if you don't know what you need to know, then everything you're doing is an exercise in futility. You're wasting your time. Getting face time with people that matter is one step of the journey. But knowing what to say when you have those conversations is another thing. That's the make or break moment. Because your passion needs to marry your knowledge. And then your knowledge will now open doors for you.
Wow, 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 wow. Your passion needs to marry your knowledge, and then that will open up what? Doors for you. Fantastic. Thank you so very much for that. I really appreciate you sharing that. It's very important. And that is why we say this time around we need to have an in-person networking event. It's not just Zoom all the time, right? So that's something you also talked about. It's not just networking, but what do you want to say? And that is where elevator speech comes in. You know, you have to prepare yourself even before such engagements so that you'll be able to put your best foot forward. Thank you so very much, Ovie. Let's go to Prof. Just in a few seconds, Prof, as well,
Yeah.
you know, I know that you're a professor of AI and law. And, you know, some of our audience are wondering, what is the correlation between AI and law? Can you just tell us?
Okay, there are a lot of correlation, but let me just probably highlight a few among them. I work in that field. I mean, when I was at the Department of Justice, that's I was working using those technology in relation to high-profile litigations involving the government of Canada. So when I transitioned to the academia, I decided to kind of continue to pursue a research career. So, but just tell you brief knowledge of how the relationship between these two fields, which seems to be separate. AI is being used in various aspects of the justice system. For example, in criminal justice system, AI is being used for what is known as recidivism risk assessment to determine the likelihood an offender will offend. And that is very important for the purpose of bail determination. In the case of conviction, whether the accused person will spend minimum or maximum time in prison will depend on that risk assessment. So it is a very great technology, but this is a problem. AI is subsistence on data, and the data used to train this technology are data from biased policing and carceral system that has resulted in overrepresentation of black people in the criminal justice system. If you use that data to train any AI, it is going to predict that a black person is more likely to reoffend than a white person. Those are serious issues which hint on discrimination. Let me give you another example, facial recognition technologies. Facial recognition technology is very good in identifying white faces or white male faces, but very poor when it comes to identifying white female faces. Why? Because it's designed by the white guy. They use predominantly white pictures to train it. Now, recently, CBSA actually brought a proceeding in refugee board to revoke the refugee status of 2 Somali women who have successfully gained refugee status in Canada. Why? They use facial recognition technology to assess their picture, and they were linked to be Kenyans, not Somalis. And they were now bringing an application to revoke that status using a technology that has been recognized to have about 40% error rate in identifying black women. So that's an amazing technology, right? And anybody looking at it will say, oh, it's technology, made a determination, so they are not likely Somalis, they are Kenyans. So my research, basically, what my research does is to address these bias issues to make sure we're able to develop a framework that will enable this technology to be used in such a way that it does not continue to perpetuate the racism and discrimination against black people.
Wow. That is powerful. That is powerful. Can you imagine? Wow. So, when we talk about systemic racism, systemic, that means the racism is endemic, right? I don't even know the word to use for it, right? And some of these things are a whole lot of things that have happened over the years, you know. So there is need for us to begin to rejig and kind of rewrite some of this. And I'm glad that Prof is reading this. And again, I want to also encourage each and every one of us. We've got a lot of work to do. You know, I always say that it's not about our skin color. It's about our skill sets. Black people are talented, innovative, creative. That we've got strength. You know, we've got a lot of abilities. But again, you know, the system somehow hasn't really favored a lot of black folks. Then we ourselves have a lot of work to do. Look at the challenge Prof was having. He reached out to the Black Caucus in Parliament. None of them responded, except one. And even the one that responded said, you are not part of my riding. Eventually, it's someone from another race that now scheduled a meeting with him. Can you imagine that? We can do better, can't we? it begins. It's not really about them now, but me and you, right? We have to think about this and find ways in our different circles to see how we can create that change that we want to see. Okay? Thank you so very much, gentlemen. Our time is almost up. We've got just 2 minutes. The lion, Alex Yama. I would love you to wrap up for us, okay? In 2 minutes. Leadership. How do we get more black people to the leadership position in this country? How? What strategy?
All right. So I think they've all said that, but I just want to tell you a story. When I came, I've introduced myself to some people. Most of you didn't actually talk to anybody. True. Your sisters came and sat down, right? You don't know if your next job is sitting beside you. Your next job sitting beside you. There's one fine woman, I don't know if she's in here now, but she was out there. So I said, oh, so what, you obviously technology. She said, yes. I said, beautiful smile. I said, so you likely work for a bank? He said, no, I've been trying to get into the bank. I said, so what do you do in the meantime? He said, nothing, I'm just hoping. I said, how about starting a business? He said, He said, if I go to the bank for loan, they will drive me away. That's so bad. That's... Hello? Is this better? That is sobering. That she's there thinking, if I go to the bank, they will drive me away. You see what I'm talking about? Then I asked her a question. I said, I don't know technology. Like me, I don't know at all. Seriously, I don't. And I don't want to know. I pay people to do that for me. I said, if I sit with you and tell you my technology woes, W-O-E, every month, they charge us so much for so many applications, I don't even know what they are. Like, I say, is it not possible that you can give me advice to save me money? Immediately she said yes. I said, you are looking for work. You are looking for work. You should be booking me to sit with me and make, if you can convince me the 7K, 8K I pay, and I will save half, I'll give you the half. You see what I'm talking about? Leadership is a spirit. You don't go to school to learn it. Don't let them fool you. Don't let the MBA fool you. They teach you management. I wrote a book on this, by the way. That second book is out there. You should get it. I did. And you may laugh now. If you don't pick one, you'll never get it. In the book, I said leadership is a spirit that can only be ignited by purpose, sustained by passion, and guided by principles. You have to, first of all, don't take my time. Now I have a few seconds left. Don't clap. Clap tomorrow. No, listen to this. I appreciate that, though. I'm just joking. But listen to this. In everybody is the spirit of leadership. But you have to ignite it. Not your parents, not your school, not promotion. You can never be promoted to leadership, voted into leadership, appointed into leadership, inherited leadership. You can't. If Prince Charles ends up becoming a king, doesn't make him a leader. The guy who made the food, I came, my assistant, the director of, Henry Lilombi, I waved to them, director of admin at the Congress and School of Greatness, flew in from PEI. I told him now, submit your receipt, let's write it off. Right? But that's why he came here for this event. That's why I came here for this event. And he told me, he says, the cook who made the food you ate was asking if I could give a discount for him to buy my book. True? I looked at him, I said, Henry, go and find him. When they brought him, he's coming for a discount. I said, Henry, give him a book. Give him a book. How can I expect to prosper if I'm charging the cook? I didn't even eat, you all ate the food. You see what I'm saying? That is what we're talking about. That is leadership right there. And he told me, he said, my son loves to read books. In his rooms are full of books. I saw this book, Welcome to Greatness. I said, he's going to like this. I said, okay, let's take a picture so you can show to your son, you know who wrote it. It was even more excited. Who is living here thanking God they met you today? Who is living here? If you, don't leave until you leave a mark. That's leadership, not a position of authority. Don't go. Me, I'm making my mark now. I'm still going to cook. When I go to hotels around the world, cook like me, owner of hotel, they know me, everybody. That is leadership. I've been in hotels, billionaire. Alex, they talk about you in this hotel. They put me on the top, and the cleaner is cleaning around, just waiting to have the moment. I say, come. And the owner of the hotel, who is like maybe 10, 5, 15 levels, is impressed that I know the cleaner in the hotel. Pegasus, Jamaica. That is what? Leadership. That is leadership. That is what we teach at the School of Greatness. I offered you all before last year. I'll offer it again. You can go to schoolofgreatness.ca. There's a course. It's free. A course on greatness. I know you will look at the paid one and run away. That's fine. Look, the one that is free, at least register for it. At least. That's the truth. At least. But that's the truth. That's the truth. I gave a scholarship last year. Osita, allow me, right? Last year I spoke at your conference.
Yeah, that's right.
Henry, stand up. Henry has been going to my events. He's been following me on Facebook and social media. He always shows up in my event, and I'm like, yeah, I know you. You were in that event. What I did not know was it's me he's following, not that he knows about the event. Listen to this. And he was at this conference last year. And when I saw him, I was so moved. I'm like, you're not Nigerian. They said this is a Nigerian event. He said, yes. He said, but you posted it on Facebook, so I came. I said, you remember what I told him? You remember too? Yes. So I gave him a scholarship. Every course on my website, if you were to pay for all, is $25,500 US. We don't take Canadian on that site. So it's true. You want to check it? So I gave him the scholarship, and they added his name behind. This guy ate up every course on the platform. Now I hired him. He works for us as director of admin. So when you live here today, live here knowing that you are the hero you are waiting for. You are the lion other people are looking towards. You are the leader. You cannot be waiting for any other person. If not now, when? And if not, you.
Wow. What a way to wrap it up. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
What I feel in my heart is true. What you see in my eyes, boo, is your cool. Totally, baby, I'm falling for you. In the head of my heart and body. Baby girl, I wanna dance for you, yeah. I wanna dance for you, baby. And I know you're gonna dance for me, yeah. Dance for me, baby. See the love is very strong, oh, yeah, very strong, oh. Me and you, we are very strong, oh. We are very strong, Diana, oh, Diana, oh. I wanna take you away, Diana, oh, my baby, oh. Yeah, me and you come around, Diana, oh, my love, oh. I wanna take you away. Diana, baby girl, your body bounce. Whenever you come around, from my heart you win the crown. We can never let you down. Make the fire catapult. Baby, don't take me to court. So we don't care.
All right. Now that was beyond amazing. And I really don't know what anyone else should say after that kind of session. That was amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for that panel. Let's put our hands together for them. Awesome stuff. Awesome. All right, we are rounding up now. So finally, we are going into the last event of tonight's program, which is an award presentation to a few people. Now, Now, this doesn't mean these are the only people that deserve an award. So for you being here today, you also deserve an award. So please put your hands together for yourself. Most of us have been here since before noon, since 11 a.m., since past 10. And let's appreciate our media partners, GBKM. Let's put our hands together for them. DJ Phil, the baddest, thank you. Amazing NIPCA team, thank you everyone. All right, so we go right into the, and where is the lion? Okay, he's still there. I am one of your followers too. All of your posts on LinkedIn, the one where you carried your daughter 23 or 28 years ago, 23 years ago. So all of those things, we are part of the people stalking you. So maybe you would also give me 25K scholarship. Who is distracting Alex when I'm talking, please? I'm being serious here. So maybe even if you don't give me 25K scholarship, give me 24.5K. Amazing.
Whoa.
Let's put our hands together for him again. Amazing. Everybody say talk and do. I'm serious. Say talk and do. That's Alex. You just talked about leadership, and here you are demonstrating it, walking the talk. I salute you. Thank you. All right, to go right into the award ceremony. Just about 7 awards. Hello. We're rounding up. Don't worry. And I would like to bring to the microphone. So this award is presented to. 1 second. All right. The title for this award is Brand Partnership Recognition Award. Brand Partnership Recognition Award. And I mean, who is in the best position to present this award apart from, our own Alex Iyama. So please, Alex, make your way as we, this award goes to Royal Bank of Canada, and I'll read a bit synopsis on why we are giving this award. Representatives of RBC, please come forward. Representatives of RBC. This award honors corporate collaboration that advances NIPCA and its immediate and long-term goals. RBC's industry-leading work in delivering a new blueprint for business promotes an environment where a diverse workforce thrives. Do we have RBC representatives in the house?
Yeah.
If you are wearing blue, just come. All right.
Can we have the photographers, please?
So you are representatives of RBC? Yes. Yes? All right. Make sure you lock them in to be donating to you every year. Sign a multi-year contract with them. But thank you for supporting this event and for supporting an event that is specifically relating not just to black per se, but to the Nigerian community. Right? So we'll give you honorary Nigerian citizenship. All right? So on behalf of NIPCA, we give you, no? Yes. Oh, somebody said, yes, yes. So on behalf of NIPCA, we present you this award, and thank you for all the great work you continue to do. God bless you. God bless you. Yes. Okay. Take it. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
That's your award.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I want to, whoever is their birthday today, they should show me their license. I'll give them a free book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Well, going on to the next award, we will be presenting the Community Engagement Award. And to present this award will be Nkechi Nwafo Robinson, sorry. Nkechi Nwafo Robinson. A round of applause for her, please. Oh, yeah. And this award goes to Adijat Akinshikwe. Community Engagement Award. The saying is, we rise by lifting others. This award honors Adijat, who has demonstrated active participation and engagement in NIPCA initiatives. Adijat also has a proven record of contributions of their talent and time to the BIPOC and tech community, and in doing so, has enriched the life of many others. Congratulations, Adijat.
Am I allowed to say something? So I'm going to say something, and I'm going to try not to be emotional. They often say that women don't get along. And then add black women, and then there's something about black women can't get along. And why? Because the spaces are so small and there's only a space for a few of us. Let me tell you about this sister girl. From the day I met her, she made me realize how big and massive this world is, that two women with such big personalities, big, huge, massive, kick-ass personalities, can share the space together. Why? Because when we come together as women, and she does this so well, everyone thrives. Everyone. And because she loves me the way she loves me, and I love you the way you love you, the way you love me, I love you so much, it actually expands love in this world. And so ladies, this is an example. No matter how big your personality is, share that space with others. This is a woman who does it unapologetically, radically, and lifts up everyone along the way. I'm so proud to present this award to you. I'm wearing waterproof mascara for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations again, Adijat. Well, before we go on to the next award, I would like to announce here that Alex Ihama, the founder of the School of Greatness, has graciously extended to us another benevolence of his. So he said to us categorically that anybody that has his or her birthday today should just present an evidence, maybe just your driver's license or anything to prove that it's your birthday, and he has a special gift for the person. So please, latch on to that.
All right. If you're a lawyer in the house, I need your services. Prof, I need to change my date of birth to today. All right. Now, the next award is one that really, really touches my heart, is the Trailblazer Award. And to present this award is Oluwatosin Adegoke. Yes, you. All right. This award is presented to no other person but the what's that word? Indefatigable. Professor Gideon Christian. Let's put our hands together for him. I like the surprise on his face. Yes, these things do not go unnoticed.
Very deserving.
Very deserving. So this award honors Prof's recognition to his contribution to lending a voice for BIPOC communities in gaining fair representation at all levels. Prof is an eloquent BIPOC ambassador, and this is evident from what we have seen today. So congratulations, Prof. You really do deserve this.
Congratulations again, Prof. And I must say that that award is really deserving, Trailblazer, because your combination is very rare. A prof in law and AI. I couldn't put it together till you started talking about the correlations. So we move on to the next award, which is Women in Technology Excellence Award. Wow. Can I hear a wow wow from the women? Wow wow! We're really being spotlighted here today, and it's amazing. I'm loving every minute of it. So to present this award, I will call on Ovie Ukeko. A round of applause for him, please. And this prestigious award is presented to none other than the one who has proven herself to be deserving of the award. So I call on Nkechi Nwafo Robinson. The energy, the excitement, you would think she doesn't deserve it. I like the fact that she's very, very, free-spirited, playful, and at the same time, her presence is very, I don't want to use the word intimidating, but honestly, when you read about her biography, you go like, oh, what a combo. So, I will go here on a synopsis. The closing of the gender gap must still be a top priority in the tech industry. The Women in Tech Award honors goes on to Nkechi, who mentors others, exemplifies excellence in leadership, communication, and strategic vision, and sets a positive example for our peers and other women in the industry. Congratulations, Nkechi.
Guys, permit me, but I must speak. I follow Nkechi on LinkedIn. Yes, and I tell you, when, trying to describe abstract things, sometimes there are people who embody, what you're trying to describe. If I were to describe a breath of fresh air, it's Nkechi. She's inspirational, she's motivational, and she's consistent with it. And that is something we need a lot more of in the world. People who are willing to put themselves out there, warts and all, not just the good, but also the uncomfortable, and still make it look fabulous to be alive in these times. Nkechi does it so well, so gracefully. I'm proud to be the one to present this award to her. And you won't remember, but we met a couple of years ago at downtown Toronto, Yonge and Dundas Square. Funny enough, it was at the NSAS protest. Yes, so to tell you that she's consistent, she walks the talk, and she shows up every day. She's authentic, she's believable, and she's always here. So thank you so much for all you do. Thank you so much. This is for you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
Amazing stuff. There was this day Nkechi almost put me in trouble at home. I was watching one of your kickboxing videos, and my wife was coming, and I quickly closed the laptop because she'll say, that's a woman. Let me stop hiding behind this place. Most of us got this COVID board, and then it was during COVID, I saw your video, and then she would have been like, that's a woman, what are you doing? And if I had said, but that's a woman like you, I'll be sleeping in the garage. All right. So I had to, apply wisdom and just quickly closed it and,
Taiwo, what exactly are you implying?
Nothing.
Like we can't do it all?
No, not. She sets a high standard. You've not seen her videos. You will know what I'm talking about.
I have, trust me. I've seen a video. And just like Adija said, like sometimes when she wakes up and she sees Nkechi's exercise video, she goes like, here she goes again. I'm one of those people too, like, oh, how come she does everything so effortlessly?
All right. Like one of my friends, we call her the energy goddess. You are the senior energy VP. All right. So the next category of award is someone that has extremely blown my mind tonight. This award is called the Entrepreneurship Award. And of course, the recipient of this award is no other person but Isaac Olowolafe Jr. Please make your... I'll call her. And to present this award is our very own Sherifat Akinwumi. Yeah. Oh, such a gentleman. You're like me. All right. There is no limit to the impact of entrepreneurs who do everything from transforming ideas into vision, creating new communities, and enacting positive social change in established communities. This award shines a spotlight on Isaac, who is reshaping the world through unbounded innovation, development, and prosperity. Congratulations, Isaac. You've been amazing. Thank you.
Congratulations, Isaac. And thank you very much for teaching me what it means to build infrastructure. Like when I hear building infrastructure, normally it goes into maybe construction, IT infrastructure, but breaking it down the way you did today, it's something that's going to stick with me forever, and so many other people. Thank you.
And something that jumped at me, you've been here since you were 4 years old, and I've been here for 4 years, so we have something in common.
Yeah. I can't count how many times I've rolled my eyes today, just standing beside Taiwo and hearing him speak. It's just something else. And Taiwo, you have another thing in common, which I'll let you know in a few seconds. Oh, okay. So the next award to be presented today will be Technology Innovation Award. And this will be presented by Alicia Saran. Can I have Alicia here, please? And this prestigious award goes to a young, innovative, and inventive professional, Neji Tawel. Neji Tawel has demonstrated notable leadership qualities and professional accomplishments in technology through notable efforts, contribution to intellectual properties and or inventions through, one of the things that we saw today, Pay Talk. Congratulations. Pictures, please. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again. So Taiwo, and that was another correlation or that I wanted to give you. Though he doesn't have I in his own name, but you can manage it that way. I know you'd be happy to farm that.
Well, that's how we roll. When I saw Neji Tawo's name, I was like, oh, they made a mistake. It's supposed to be Taiwo. And then I was like, wait a minute. I Googled him, and I was like, oh, okay, it's actually Taiwo, but he's fake, I'm original. And that's why he's working in artificial intelligence. I'm the original. Amen. All right, to the President's Award. The presenter of this award is no other person than our own NIPCA President, Ositaman Nwadjifo. Please welcome to the microphone, Osita. And the recipient of this award was someone who we struggled the last time we saw and wrestled. But again, as you expect, I won, as usual. All right, and the recipient of this award is Ugochukwu Njoku. Let's keep clapping until he gets here. All right. Thank you, everyone. This award recognizes a high-performing professional with transformative leadership and distinctive contributions to NIPCA as well as the BIPOC community. So let's, you want to say a few things?
Yeah.
For sure.
You know now, it's not possible to be in a meeting without saying something. All right, to present this award, I would like to my amiable wife to join me, please. Wendy. You guys should clap now. Except you don't want me to eat tonight. You guys should clap. You know, why I want her to present this with me is this. What we are doing, like talking about community, for some of us that are into community building, you understand that it's not easy. Especially when you are working mostly with volunteers. These are not like employees that you pay salary, and of course, if you are paying someone and it's not delivering, what do? You fire the person. If somebody is volunteering and it's not delivering, what do? What do? You pamper the person. You pump, because if you fire, you bring another. So it's not easy. These two human beings have incredibly helped the work we do. She, clap now. Clap. Clap. She has really taken a lot from me, because again, to do the kind of things with sometimes meeting in the night and so many things going on. You are thinking what is the next thing to do for the community. You are thinking what's the next program, what's the next initiative. So many things going on. And she has been incredibly supportive. It's not easy, you know, especially when, for example, she is expecting us to go on vacation. I'm saying, no, we're not going on vacation this time around because NIPCA has got some programs. Oh, let's do this. Oh, NIPCA, right? She's understanding because we are at the early stages of trying to build something true, meaningful, not for ourselves, but for our children as well. When I mean our children, I'm talking about the Black community, all our children coming right after us. We want to build a formidable, you know, platform for every one of them. I really want to appreciate you for everything. You know, I know that I don't listen. But since you told me that we have to come over here, and when we came, now if I look at what is going on back home, I always thank you, and I always thank you for that vision, and of course I also thank God as well that God made me to listen to you. So I would like you to present this to UN, please, okay? On my behalf and the behalf of the community. And this gentleman is the next person. When you talk about taking off some things off my shoulder, trust me, sometimes, like we are talking about NIPCA, we are talking about Black Tech, we are talking about Expertech, there are so many innovative stuff, community we are building, all this geared towards supporting the Black community. And you can't do it all by yourself. There are some that will come, and after some time, they will leave. Especially when they feel that, oh, I mean, probably I'm wasting my time. But this guy has stuck with me since we started. It's not easy. It's not an easy fit, okay? So I want to use the opportunity to appreciate him. His name is Ugo Njoko. We also call him UN. I'm not sure if that's a United Nations, but he's a great guy, like always there, trying as much as possible to ensure. In fact, one of the first, how we even connected was, he was looking for a job, and there was an opportunity that I shared then. He sent his resume to me. When I got the resume, I looked at it. There were tables on his resume. And when I called him, I said, why do you have tables on your resume? I asked him. That was the first encounter with me. And the guy was like, this guy that is talking to me like this, you shouldn't have tables on your resume. This is not Nigeria. This is Canada. Your resume needs to be properly structured before you can talk about job. That was the first encounter. And do you know what? This guy joined the community. At some point, he became the go-to person to help people structure their resume. Clap now. Clap, 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 clap. And One of the things as well that he did, which is growth mindset, was to train others. Today, he's the executive director of NIPCA. Why he has... Clap, more clapping. So he has done fantastically well. He's a guy that understands the essence of community, right? Community is not all about yourself. It's about the people. Thank you so very much, you, and I really appreciate you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Hugo. We always call you UN, and like Osita have said, I don't have much to tell you, but all I can say is that whatever you're doing, please keep doing that, and do not go back, okay? So on behalf of NIPCA, and also on behalf of the leadership of NIPCA, on behalf of Osita and myself and everyone here, we want to present this award to you. And we say thank you so much for all you do. Yeah.
Good. You want to say something? Say hi.
I'm not the good orator, Osita, the Lion, and many other wonderful speakers that have taken the stage. Yes. So permit me to not have a very, very tumultuous speech-giving style. But what I want to say is a very big thank you to everyone. I joined NIPCA looking for help. And I found help in a very unlikely place. As Nigerians, we are taught to be wary of each other. That is the Nigerian mindset when you hit somewhere new. And I found help. And one of the things I decided was, if I found help so easily, someone who actually took his time to shout at me, which is something we Nigerians do not like. I still say it today to those who have mentored, and a few of them are in this room. I tell them, you bring your time, I bring mine. The only thing you have to deal with from me is my aggression. And I believe that that is a small price to pay for the benefits you will achieve in the end. So this award actually is for each and every one of you in this room, virtually, that I have mentored. My number now is over 1,000. So I say thank you, because I actually learned a lot too from NIPCA. I'm a core tech guy. I didn't used to speak a lot before. So you put me in a crowd and I freeze. But now I talk a lot. Osita will tell me I'm the one who likes to wrap things up. I talk a lot now. I've learned a lot of things from Osita, from everyone I've mentored, from everyone who has corrected me. I remember my first time Osita said, do a strategy document. And I was like, what's that? And I reached out to one of the directors then in the first republic of NIPCA, who actually helped me say, okay, this is what you need to do and all of that. I may be a long way from then, but I know I still have a lot to cover. And I can only do that by making sure that as I'm trying to move upwards, I'm filling the spaces that I'm leaving behind with everyone else that is crossing my path. So, just a tie back to what they say, remember the people on your way up, because you never can tell. They might be the ones you meet on your way down. So thank each and every one of you. I think this award actually goes out to all of us, because if there was nobody to mentor, there will be no UN.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I want to give him a scholarship. So last year we did it. We gave a scholarship, and he became the director of admin. Mentoring and coaching, we all do that. We give advice, but there's a structure to everything, as we know. So I'm giving you that same scholarship. So have access. Yes. So have access to all the programs, the leadership. And if you want to be a certified coach, there's a certified coach program. Public speaking, there's a certification program. Business entrepreneurship, there's a certification program. And every other, there's over 300. How to build your confidence. People have taken that course, and their confidence have jumped through the roof. So all of them, you take. So Henry will connect with you, set you up. You're a technology person. You know how to walk your way through. And then he'll give you my cell number. Let me mentor you too, as you are mentoring me. All right?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My helper.
I think we have to finish that song. My helper. Fantastic, fantastic, great session. Congratulations, UN. I thought you said you're not very oratory, but wow, I listened to every word that you said, and it was eating the right places. So a round of applause for him again. So, well, we are rounding up now, and we have the last award. The one that was presented is meant to be the highest of it all, but we have one more. And this award is specially curated for a special someone.
Thank you.
The one that deserves it.
Thank you.
The one that puts himself forward for others to climb and to thrive.
Thank you.
The one that puts his family by his side, but still put NIPCA and BIPOC right in front. So this award will be presented by Stella Agomore, and it's called the BIPOC Leadership Award.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry. Can I just drop this here? Yeah, this award is BIPOC Leadership Award. This prize recognizes a forward-thinking Black, indigenous, or a person of color who has continuously demonstrated the capacity to turn ideas into reality. This person has demonstrated involvement and service to others by making significant and positive contributions to the tech community, earning themselves the respect of colleagues and industry leaders. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please jam your hands together. Let's welcome and present this distinguished award to Osita Nwajoko.
A rousing welcome for Osita Nwajoko, please. This is unexpected.
I don't get a lot, God you and I don't pay my rent, God you baby want for my hand, but God you baby want keep my joy, but God you I say anything and do not God you no, not God you no, not God you no anything and do not God you no, not God you no, not God you.
Huge congratulations, Osita.
I don't change my
Congratulations. I'm sure that was really unexpected.
no more, I don't buy more.
And in the Nigerian word, they'll say, they don't get you.
Can you imagine? Because I remember I'm actively part of the committee that planned this, and we agreed to give her 7 awards. And when we come, I just asked you, hope we've wrapped up. She said almost. I was like, what is almost? And now, I mean, I didn't really expect this, right? But again, what can I say? Guys, I really want to use this opportunity to appreciate each and every one of you. The work we are doing is huge. We've just started. This is just like day one for us. That is why we typically do not even want to be associated with awards at this time to avoid distractions. But again, who am I to say no when these great people by my side have decided to bestow this on me? This goes to every Black person out there. Whether you're a NIPCA member, as long as you're a Black person listening to me, this award goes to you. It's just to tell you that you can. Whatever challenge you are having right now, it could be settling in this country, it could be getting a job, it could be anything whatsoever, or you are being overwhelmed based on what is going on around you, or you are underemployed. This award is to inspire you to believe. That is the only thing I'm going to say to you. Believe, because most time I've seen this, mentoring several individuals. Most time we are much more than we think we are. And that is why sometimes we undervalue ourselves, like Alex Ihama said. On behalf of my lovely wife, my children as well, that of course there have to be a lot of sacrifices, where sometimes dad should be somewhere with them, but dad is in a meeting or other stuff with NIPCA. It takes a lot, really, to build a community. It's only those that wear the shoes that will probably understand what I'm talking about, especially when you are that kind of a progressive, innovative, forward-thinking individual. You want to see things happen. A lot of sleepless night goes into it. And I want to really appreciate every one of you. Thanks, my love. Thank you so very much. Then you, and of course, thank you. Thank you, Tasso, Femi, Rewan, then our Director of Operation, Tosin, and Stella, thank you so very much as well. And all the leadership members of NIPCA as well. And the tech guru himself, the tech manager, he makes things happen for us. Thanks every one of you. I really appreciate you guys. It's not easy for people to believe in a vision. It's not easy. You might have a vision, but getting people to believe and work with you is really something that when you see such people, you have to value them. I truly value you guys. Thanks so much for everything, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this amazing occasion. Thank you again to our media partners, GB. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. It's been a delight serving you. Please, we are just closing. Just wait for
Kindly
one more
all
minute.
done. Yes, we have
One more
closing
minute,
remarks here.
for our closing remarks. Thank you again to our media partner and our DJ. I remain your MC, TJ. It's been a pleasure serving you.
And this is Ronke Oladimeji also signing out. But we have Olu Atosin here to give the closing remarks before we all disperse. Kindly hold on, everyone. This is just going to take less than 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, everyone. I know we want to run out, but just 1 minute, and then we'll be done with this. I need you to just listen to this, please. All right, thank you. It's a very short one. So, on behalf of the leadership of NIPCA, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to our title sponsors, Royal Bank of Canada, and their team for their overwhelming support for this event. Without them, we would not have been able to do this. Please, can we just give them a round of applause? RBC has been fantastic. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to all the wonderful speakers, the panelists, and even our exhibitors out there. Thank you for your time and the insights that you've shared with us today. We really appreciate it. Especially to our members and all the participants, especially those of you who waited to the very end, and so many also across the globe who have connected with us virtually. We want to say a big thank you. This is your summit, and without you, this wouldn't have been possible. Thank you for making it such a lively and engaging event. We appreciate you as well. Amazing volunteers and the planning committee, we did it. So guys, keep the fire burning like we say all the time. Thank you. Right, so Evolve Summit 2022 is a wrap right now. And I would really like to, I really hope that each one of you will be leaving here today recharged and empowered to evolve and rise above all the challenges that you may face as we go ahead so that you can achieve your goals in life. NIPCA indeed is a force to reckon with. I think that you know already. So if you have not joined NIPCA, this is the opportunity to be a part of us. You would see on the screen right there, I think I have Femi blocking the screen, the projector, please, so they can see on the screen how to join. Okay, it's right there, yeah. So you see on the screen how to join NIPCA. Follow us on our social media handles and all that. Together we can make a stronger community. That's the hope. Every one of us is welcome. And I urge you to just take these opportunities. Please note that after now, you all at some point would receive a survey from us. Please would ask you to complete that survey. This would help us to shape how we would work with you and also to plan more relevant programs, in the future. Finally, I just have one thing to say as we close. This is something in the words of Oprah Winfrey. She said that the whole point of being alive is to evolve into the complete person you were intended to be. Tough times would always come, and sometimes those tough times may indeed break you. But what is important is that when the tough time is done, you evolve and become a better person. So, as I leave you tonight, I want to leave you with this word. Evolve or you die. If you do not evolve, what happens? You become stagnant, you become stale, and then you become irrelevant. So please take time to think about it. Evolve. Thank you everyone for joining us tonight. I wish you a safe journey back home and have a wonderful night. Thank you.